All right, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yep. All right, now that works. All right, wanted to make sure of that. Okay. Yeah, I actually remember to do one this time. I completely forgot last week. It's like, in all fairness, this is a new thing I'm doing, just, spontaneously out of the blue. But I did forget. Surprise? Yeah, I'm trying to make midweek streams a regular thing, I died chill for $2. Here's some cash for my favorite VTuber. Nobody tell him this isn't a Phase Connect channel. Don't you fucking narc. Alright. Happy Thursday. It is, in fact, Thursday. I meant to do this on Wednesday, but I forgot. I forgot last week, and I forgot to do it last week. Or yesterday. Because I've been watching stuff, and I've been catching up on video games. Like, I finally beat FF16. I finally beat FF16. Ton of fun. Very, very good. You see the Armored Core 6 story trailer? I saw it came out. I still have yet to watch it. An army soldier was like, fuck the police for bolting in North Korea. Yeah, I heard about that. He got in trouble for like assaulting somebody, then ran to North Korea while laughing. And everyone's basically placing bets for when that dude's going to end up dead, because it's North Korea. Is Loli with V Shoujo or Hololive? You decide. Do you see the story trailer for Spider-Man 2? I'm hyped. Yeah, I saw that. I am curious if they're going to mention other symbiotes. Like, we obviously know Venom's going to be in the game. The question is, are they going to include Carnage? Are they going to include Toxin, like any of the other symbiotes? Because that'd be cool. Which do you prefer, Generation Kill or Spec Ops line? They're very different. Like, a better comparison would be like Apocalypse Now and Spec Ops. Generation Kill is just kind of meant to be a no bullshit, like, hey, this is just how the invasion of Iraq went down. Spec Ops Align's specifically about dude going insane. Did you see the Ricada Law stream with Sitch, Adam, and Vito? Fucking shit show. Yeah, I imagine so. Do you think Griffith was bullshitting when he said he didn't care about guts anymore? Are you talking about the Hill of Swords? I definitely think he thought he meant it, but the Moonlight Child makes things complicated. Imagine trying to seek asylum in North Korea, right? Real question is, who kills Peter? Venom, Green Goblin, or Switcheroo with Miles? Nah, I don't think they'll kill off Peter. He makes way too much money. What happened with Nick? Apparently, he did a stream with Sitch and Adam and Vito, and though they are notorious for like just dragging things into the dumbest shit possible. Damn it, Loli, you lied to me at Baldur's Gate 3. The monkeys hold a stick or a sword. From what I understand, at release, they'll do unarmed. Like, release is going to have a bunch more features that they're saving for now. Like, apparently they're going to have like a whole new companion. Ew. I got bad news, Lolli's from V Shoujo. Don't you dare fucking slander me. There we go. Okay. So about that Barbie plot, yeah, everyone bought into the meme with Ryan Gosling stealing the show and being the best part of like all the marketing, and then the actual plot details came out, and it sounds exactly like a very, very bitter, angry cat lady who wants to make everyone miserable. There's literally a scene where little girls are bashing baby dolls against the ground, screaming they're not mothers. It's like, we're not just mothers. Like, it very clearly there is some rage behind the movie, and not in the good way. But that's kind of where I'm fully expecting there's going to be like a fan edit where it's all of Ken's scenes, and it's like structured to where he leaves Barbie for being a psycho, and he ends up becoming king of the world. Because the whole idea is Ken takes all the ideas from the human world and brings them back into the Barbie world. So the Kens rise up and have a revolution. And now society in the Barbie world looks more like society in real life. So I like to think that, the Kens were oppressed by the Barbies, who are basically a society of psycho girlfriends. It was like a matriarchy. So Ken was fighting for equality. Like, the actual ending from what I understand is all the Barbies lock up the Kens because they go too far and they ruin everything. And they go, you're not getting out until there's equality for everyone across the board. And they begrudgingly agree with it, and it's a happy ending. But I like to think that, it's the other way around, and they're like psychotic and they think they're the good guys, but the Kens are suffering. So he's like the Martin Luther King or like the Nelson Mandela, where he's the martyr that has to, suffer for the rights of his bros. You're joking, right? No, apparently it's like psychotic. Even Access Media stuff that usually loves crap like this, really preachy, like, pseudo girl power crap. Even they're going like, oh my god, it is the most miserable fucking experience I've ever seen. The fierce apathetic black, one sec. Q. Okay, I thought name cut it off. Fierce apathetic black Q for $1. This is kind of like James Dresnock situation. What was the James Dresnock one? Give me a sec. Was that the one where the college kid got beaten up in North Korea? Defector in North Korea. Well, Dresnock was like, yeah, because I remember this guy. Yeah. Dresnock was like just a full-blown commie traitor who willingly defected to North Korea, like actually full-blown defected. So, and he stars in a bunch of their propaganda movies, or at least he did. This guy, from what I understand, he just got in trouble with the military. Like, he broke some law. He, like, assaulted somebody or something. So he ran to North Korea in the hopes of getting away. And I think he's very clearly going to regret that decision. Yeah. You got it wrong. Ken uplifted Barbie's world, and she destroyed. It's an allegory of how Satan Barbie tries to append the Messiah Ken plan. Yeah. Martin Luther Ken, fuck yeah. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, no, I'm not going to watch that fucking shit. I knew from the get-go all the marketing was pure irony bait, where it's like, oh, wow, don't you want to see Barbie? Ryan Gosling's in it. Barbenheimer, don't you know? Where it's like trying to do the fake rivalry between Oppenheimer and Barbie. And it's like, no, that's fucking stupid. Right from the get-go, I knew that was dumb, because, like, the movies have nothing to do with each other. It's just ultra goofy comedy paired up with, like, grim, harrowing drama. It's like, no, I'll see Oppenheimer because that just unironically looks good. But Barbie, no, I knew right away. It's like, nah, this is going to be bad. It's a Barbie movie coming out in, like, fucking 2020s. It's going to be the most miserable thing ever, where it's just some chick writing about how her entire life is the most specialist, worst one ever, and everyone needs to kiss her ass. Sandra Dawson, $5. It's over, Gosling bros. Even Ryan didn't have the energy to salvage this one. TLDR, scientist builds a rice cooker. Yeah. Bro is PV2, doesn't have any info, so they're going to keep him. Oof. Worst place runs a black man. Oh, so that guy was black who ran to North Korea? Oh, he's dead. They're going to fucking kill him. That's right, ladies. The world is run by a vast conspiracy dedicated to making you miserable. Yeah, exactly. It's funny how it was apparently irony bait, but everyone was excited because people thought the people behind the movie actually cared. Yeah, and that's it. When I was seeing, like, even Access Media people, at first I thought it was like, it's like Bounding Into Comics wrote a review, and it was like, scathing, because, I mean, it's Bounding Into Comics. They don't hold any fucking loyalty to this ideology or some shit. No, it was like actual Hollywood journalists who usually suck up the corporate shit are going, oh my god, if I hear patriarchy one more fucking time, I'm going to shoot somebody. So it's like, wait a minute, but you agree with this stuff. You agree with this stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't want to hear this anymore. This is what you wanted. Like, what? Like, it's actually causing, like, a short circuit in my mind, right? I honestly am like, no, but wait a minute. This is what you want. What are you doing? And it turns out it's just that shit. It's just that bad. Dude, they're really banking on the success of Barbie. Mattel has licensed a lot of their products from movies like fucking Uno. From what I understand, it's meant to be a heist film. Hey, Loli bought a espresso for my AR last week. Got all the forums for the ATF complete. Just gotta wait 9 months plus months till it's out of jail. Yeah, gotta love that. Gotta fucking love that. It's like, hey, you can buy this item off Amazon, but you can't have it unless you fill out very arbitrary paperwork. Yeah. I saw the movie. It's not that kind of movie. Then it's weird that I'm hearing everyone go like, oh my god, this is fucking miserable, and it's made by people who have, like, an actual scathing hatred of Barbie. What do you think of the Manhunt games? Recently beginning into them myself. They're fun. Manhunt 1 is a lot of fun, if a little flawed, and Manhunt 2 improves on a lot of stuff, and I like a lot of the ideas it has. It's just also, like, really wonky and weird. Like, Manhunt 2 is not as good as 1, but it also improves on a lot of the gameplay. Like, you know, having the torture be, like, QuickTime event stuff. That's fun. But, I don't know. 1 is just more iconic. God, the ATF really shouldn't exist. Laurel cancer eats up my money, causes needless issues. Yeah. Temporary agency. Fierce black. I keep screwing that name. But the fierce, apathetic black Q for $1. James Dresnock had children in North Korea alive. They're half Romanian. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it's gonna sound very mean, but white people get more leeway in East Asian countries than blacks. Like, it's a thing where it's like, it's just, there is, like, vicious racism in that region. So immediately, all I can think when I hear the guy who ran off to North Korea try to defect because he got in trouble with the army is he's black. It's like, oh my God, he's gonna die. They're gonna torture him to death. The scene of the girls bashing the baby dolls is a parody of Opening 2001. I get that it's a parody, but it's like the idea that you're starting the movie off with that, or I don't know if they're starting the movie off with that, but you're including a scene like that. It's like, once again, all I see is like very angry cat lady writing about how her mother kept saying, well, you need to get married and have kids. You need to get married and have kids. And she's like, fuck you, mom, fuck you, mom, fuck you, mom. That's all I hear with that. Have you seen the Asian reception of Black Little Mermaid? Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I mean. I got some vicious racism right here. Yeah. I was talking to my GF, who is black, about the defector, and she said, oh, yeah, he's probably dead. She's not wrong. There's some places you should not go if you're a certain race. It's not that you shouldn't go, it's that you definitely need to be careful. Anyone seen that weird TikTok NPC trend? Can someone explain that to me? I don't know. That shit weirds me out. Uncanny Valley and a half. And mom is always right. Barren wombs, mental tombs. That is true. That is true. Turns out when you fight against the innate human instinct to reproduce and spread your genes, you become a fucking miserable human being. Halo, just watched Raging Bull, and goddamn, I'm so depressed. Taxi Driver is still the best, but yeah, it's a Scorsese film. Oh yeah, Raging Bull is a fucking classic. One of the best boxing movies ever made. Hey Lolly, hope you're doing well. Me, I need help. What is R equals 2H plus 2Z? Please, math test. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. I forgot all my high school math. That baby doll thing was a joke. Don't chase Shadow. The movie's probably mid, though. That's not really a joke, though. March $2. Hey, Lolly, my day has been a mess. How was yours? It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. But yeah, I mean, it's like, because I saw the scene on Twitter, because people upload it, and it's literally little girls, like, throwing baby dolls against the ground, screaming, "We're not mothers," and it's like, okay, this is blatant. You know, I understand don't chase shadows. This seems like there is actually a ghost in the room, though. Hey, Lolly, my wife suggested we get a bowl. What's she mean by that? I don't really see the purpose of a bowl. You can't get anything out of it, and it'll probably, ruin the house. So shit everywhere. You have to watch out for horns every day. I can understand a cow, though. White woman moment. Exactly. It's like, just finished having a barbecue with the boys, and tomorrow we're watching Barbie and Oppenheimer. Like, I'm just going to watch Oppenheimer. I'm not going to bother with Barbie. You saw Barbie? I didn't see it. I saw the scene on Twitter with the little girls throwing the baby dolls against the ground. It's like, huh. When people are actually trying to defend a movie here, people actually give a shit about the Barbie movie. Oppenheimer. There you go. Third wave feminists do love burning stereotypical depictions of female roles. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, we all knew what it was going to be. Like, is anyone really surprised? It's like, yeah, it's Of course, it's gonna be full of a bunch of like feminist shit. Like, even if it's not as crazy as what the reviews are saying it's full of, which once again I remind you, Access Media people are going, oh my fucking god, if it says one more goddamn thing, I'm gonna kill it. But it's like, even without that, it was obviously going to have like girl power shit because it's a Barbie movie in the modern day. It can't not, you know. Hell, Barbie post the 50s has always been about the, you know, subverting the traditional female shit. I mean, they had so many different fucking lines coming out where she's a doctor, she's a neuroscientist. I mean, they had one where it was like she was various DC characters and she was Black Cat. I mean, the idea that it's always been like submissive housewife Barbie, it's like, no, that's not really been a thing. You know, that's what The Simpsons would whine about and be like, oh, they're selling girls stereotypical shit. And, you know, that's just because, you know, gives them an episode to write about. But in truth, no. Okay, I had hopes for the Barbie movie because the trailer gave me Legally Blonde vibes. Too bad. No, you're never going to have Legally Blonde again. The actual good, like, girl power movie where it's actually willing to poke fun at every single angle of it. But she has a hat. Why can't blonde girls just be normal? Why can't I have white girls anymore? Finally, all the publishers come back to Steam after they failed to make a shitty launcher. Yeah. I'm really enjoying just like Blade Runner 2049, real human being was used as a bait and switch. Well, Blade Runner 2049, he's very much like a crucial part of the movie. So I understand what you mean in regards to that movie, but, you know. Cult Personality, $5, just finished FF16. Pretty good game. Some amazing highs and some MMOisms that just don't do it for me. Definitely better than 15, at least. Complete game. That is true. That is true. And you're not wrong. Legally Blonde and its musical is Kino. Me and a buddy of mine, Dick Bro, actually like performed a version of the of the fucking musical at our community theater. Yeah, we fucking we just decided to like do a stage play over the summer because we like doing some of the drama stuff in high school. And we did the Legally Blonde one, and everyone involved just kept shit talking and saying it sucked. What's the deal with the Mel Gibson documentary about child trafficking in Ukraine? I have no idea about that. We did theater for like a summer. Then we both were like, man, this sucks. And we stopped doing it because we didn't want to do musicals. We wanted to do like actual like shut up and act stuff. But no, we never could. Our drama kept wanting to do music. Our drama class kept wanting to do musicals. And then we wanted to do a fucking show at the community theater. And we thought that, you know, that'd be like a legit one, you know, do like Fiddler on the Roof or some shit. That was also a musical. So it's like, just stopped. Was Dick Bro the Blonde? Now, the lady who played the blonde was actually super nice. Do you follow any crazy locales like Cyrax, Larson, and the others? I don't follow this new generation. I'm all about the old ones, the Christians, the Nick Bates. All these new kids are coming back, and I'm just like, So I'm just $2. Loli, I met a tomboy. We're friends. There you go. Did you hear that Gundam Evolution is going to end services in November? It sucks. I actually like playing as a hero shooter. Yeah, I did see that. That sucks. I actually put a little bit of time in the Gundam Evolution. It wasn't amazing because it just didn't have that many. It needed to do a thing where it kept up with the animes or did a lot of legacy stuff, but it kept trying to milk like a very safe collection where it was more about like their role instead of the gimmick, which means like it's a fucking Gundam thing. You know, the whole idea is you're merchandising the toys. So, you know, get like the fucking Samurai one, get like the fucking Burning Gundam, shit like that. The only one that really stood out and was cool was Barbados. The Zaku was fun, just as like a Soldier 76 thing, but it really didn't go nuts as much as it needed to. Samurai Bear for $1. Hey, Loli, I'm really hating these redesigns of the new Superman cartoon. Deathstroke's the one I hate the most for making him anime pretty boy. I mean, I expected anime art style, so, you know, it's like, can't really get mad about that. But, it's clearly focusing on the Superman Lois thing, where, like, it's mainly going to be a love story between them. So it being kind of cutesy, it's like, that makes sense. Plus, by the people who did that fucking She-Ra cartoon, so, you know. Marsh $2. Hey, Loli, how do you browse the Ukraine threads on 4chan? I don't. I mainly stick to V. I say how it monetized the suits didn't help things either. Yeah, that definitely didn't help either. You had to pay $20 for a different version of a Zaku. I like Lois's design. A lot of people like it. Like, I'm not gonna be a contrarian and be like, oh, they had to do tomboy Lois. I miss femme fatale Lois. Like, Superman the Animated Series Lois was really good. I like the new design. I like the fact she's like really spunky, and yeah, it's playing into the fucking tomboy archetype, but at least they didn't make her a ball-busting bitch. At least she actually seems to have like a pretty good relationship with Superman, and kind of works with, like, Clark is supposed to be all nerdy, and so he has like this really spunky tomboy girl, and then when he's Superman, you see the dynamic kind of change over. It's like, at least they got that part right. They got the important part of the series right. Because as stated, they're clearly aiming for it to be more of like a love story between Superman and Lois. And the villains are there to be there. I would love, once again, DC animated, Timverse, where he actually had like legitimately badass moments. But, that's just not going to be how it be. It's funny people lose their shit because rom-coms are bad. Black Jimmy Olsen, though, I don't even care at this point. I don't give a shit. Why would I expect otherwise? Like, people keep calling her Luz Nocita, but all I see is Casca. Yeah, someone did, like, the comparison was, like, Berserk 97, Guts and Casca, and then the Superman one, and it's like, I'm starting to feel like Berserk is getting full of, like, tween girls that they like the Guts Casca stuff, and they don't really understand that there's more to Berserk than that. It's like, there's a bit more than that. Baron Brandon Studios for $2. New design, decent, not gonna lie. Yeah. Loli's never had a bias towards tomboys. Why in God's name are you browsing the nitwits on V? Because sometimes you get shit like the Duke Nukem Forever leaks, and at that point, it's like, listen, okay, it's not perfect, but goddamn. Also, YouTube is choking to death at the moment, and it's explicitly YouTube, because OBS is working fine on my end. So if it starts stuttering, it's literally because of YouTube. What doesn't get full of tards these days? That is a good point. Oh, God, Weebro literally just texted and go like, who wants to watch Oppenheimer followed by Barbie? It's like, no. I'm not going to fall for the fucking meme movie. The fierce, apathetic Black Q for $1. What about Otto Wambir situation? I'm not sure the context of that one. What went down? Was that the kid who got beaten to death in North Korea? Because, yeah, I mean, he just kind of proves what I'm saying. It's like he stepped on a flag, or he was trying to smuggle stuff from North Korea back home. They caught him, and they tortured him to death. It's like, that's what I mean. It's not a safe haven country. You will die. Ugh. At least Miura succeeded in getting that shoujo audience. Yeah. A lot of it's, just the fucking Tumblr kids who, they see the cutesy fan art of like, oh, here's Guts and Casca in the modern age, and then they're office workers, and they don't understand that, like, yeah, you read through Berserk and it's fucking hellish. What are your thoughts on Sargon attacking VTubers and Face Connect Leah? Tricock showing they don't know anything yet again. Yeah. They're like, man, why does nobody relate to us? And it's like, because you actively refuse to go along with modern culture, because all you do is see it as a competition. Like, that's the problem. Guys like him and all the people that, like, gun after VTubers and shit like that and go like, oh, only virgins watch that. All of them happen to also be streamers. They're upset at the competition. That's literally all it is. It's I need to kneecap other people so they don't get in the way of my bottom line. It's predatory as shit. Otto Wambira has tried to get a propaganda poster or picture or souvenir. Yeah. He was the one that tried to smuggle shit back, and they found him. Yeah. So, as you can see, something as small as that gets you tortured to death. So, I understand the hate of lib shit in media, but so frequently getting mad about all of it will kill you. Yeah. There's a difference between Barbie doing it, where, once again, even access media people are like, holy fucking shit. If this mentions patriarchy one more fucking time, I'll kill somebody. And the Superman show, where it's like, yeah, they race swap some people, and as seasons go on, it'll probably include way more woke shit, but at the moment, it seems pretty harmless. Do I not have a job no more? No, I still do. It's just my schedule's open. Cult of Personality, $5. See all the Silent Hill 2 remake stuff. Having less hope for that, and it was already really low. Also kind of wish Berserk stayed unknown, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. As soon as Dark Souls got popular and everyone kept going, oh, it's tied to this series called Berserk. I mean, that was kind of just the beginning of the end. It was set in stone years before it was anything. He was joking a bit, though, so maybe a spicy Fox stream soon, maybe. Are you talking about Sargon shit-talking VTubers? No. Him and Tim Pool very obviously view them as competition. Like, they might be quote-unquote joking, but they unironically want you to believe, like, no, every single VTuber out there is just a guy in disguise. You know, that's their number one complaint, even though it's like, they're very obviously women. But once again, they have to do this thing of like, oh, no, you don't actually like this. You don't actually like this. It's so pointless. You know, why are you watching this? Like, yeah, because then we have more time to watch you, isn't it? Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. I had a fun question. What are your thoughts on Evangelion series and movies? I like Evangelion movies and Rebuild ones as well. I just don't care for Eva. I don't, and I just do not like Shinji. I don't like Shinji. I don't like his arc. I don't like the fact that, like, literally every piece of Evangelion media since the original anime has been trying to basically redeem Shinji and be like, okay, yeah, we'll make him less of a pussy this time. I understand Anno was going through Anno was going through a really bad time when he made that anime, where like he was legitimately on the verge of like killing himself. That doesn't mean I have to like it. You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. He was horribly depressed. He legitimately thought the world was ending. He was in a very bad mental state. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I respect it. I respect the fact that it's, you know, his love letter to stuff like Ultraman and you know, it has some of the best animation in media, you know, best animation in anime in general. Like, just, you know, no contest to that. It has some of the best animation, period. I just don't care for it. Akami Lunaris for $2. See that Mr. Sen guy made a video about you? Yeah, and then people outed him so fucking hard. Within the span of like an hour of that, yeah. Marquise Gret, $2. Unironically, the Michael Bay parody of Eva is the best. Anno even made Shinji fall in love with a Megami girl who hardly has any development. Yeah. Yeah, the Sen thing was funny, where it was you know, you had the shit where people were bashing Mutahar because it's like he wanted to gun after that dude who made the Blue Archive video and be like, oh wow, you know, this is so fucking weird, and he'd be on a hit list, not a hit list, a federal watch list, because, you know, you made a video about lollies in Blue Archive, and then people point out, it's like, don't you like watch cartel footage for fun? And people found the clip of him literally laughing about watching cartel stuff. And it's like, that's kind of like substantially worse because you're actually watching people die for entertainment. And then, you know, I directly said, like, man, why is it like everyone who fucking whines about lolly shit on the internet gets outed as a fucking weirdo? And then that Mr. Sen dude wanted to take that and go like, oh, see, the lolicons are super pissed off, you know, they're all mad. And then he got outed. It's like, you did erotic roleplay as a lolly character with some dude who you thought was like a jailbait chick. So shut the fuck up. Eco for $1. Notice how drag cucks simp for police and militaries even as they'll happily place their jackboots on necks in order to do so. Well, that's the thing. The reason they do that is because you're supposed to join it and then be the guy to not give that order. Don't give the fucking order to hurt people. Don't. The problem is everyone, you know, tucks their tail between their legs and goes, oh, well, you know, order's an order. I still have to have a job. It's like, they're telling you to bash old women's skulls in. Have a little bit of fucking common sense, you retards. Problem is, you know, after the BLM shit with fucking George Floyd, all the cops left and it was like, well, I can't be a part of this anymore. And they left it all to the incompetent cops. And you notice, like, police brutality skyrocketed after that. It's like, yeah, because now they're underfunded and all the worst people ever are part of it. So thanks a lot. Xander Dawson, $5. Lolly, I did not care for Evangelion and insists upon self. Unironically. Calling out Lollicon's easy brownie points thing for many celebs. It really is. And once again, every single time it ends the same way. It turns out they're a massive fucking weirdo. I'm in the cave looking for miners for $1. I don't like how they made Deathstroke a Voltron ass-looking character. Nor do I like Cyril Figgis as Deathstroke. Remember when Slade got that Earthbender cunny in the comics? What the hell is showed as excuse? Slade actually stuck his dick in a 1-year-old. Yeah, Slade in the comics is fucking weird. What was your favorite part about the Japan trip? Definitely the food. Food was awesome. I fucking love the food. As love when exposed in their face. Yeah, and like every fucking time people point out and go like, dude, like why is this just a pattern at this point? Why is it that like we can literally make a safe bet that like, you know, if you start whining, specifically whining about lolly shit on the internet, it's not just go like, that's not my thing. I think that's weird. That's not really what I watch anime for. Because, you know, there are people who are like, I don't like moe shit in anime. I like my old school stuff. I like my Gundam. I like my Ghost in the Shell. I like JoJo, you know, stuff like that where they don't like slice of lives or cutesy stuff. Those people always tend to be reasonable. They're like, hey, that's just not what I am, you know. It's the people that gun after it and go, no, anime and manga is for pedophiles. How dare you like Uzaki? You're a pedophile. How dare you like this? How dare you like that? It's the, you know, I described it on Twitter as like, you know, the people who give like a Sephiroth speech about how you belong in a jail cell because you know who Klee from Genshin Impact is. Not even that like you find her attractive or like want to fuck her. You just know what her name is. They freak the hell out and accuse you of being a pedophile. I had a shitload of people on Twitter accusing me of liking lolly shit and being a fucking pedo because specifically I said, man, why is it every time someone calls this shit out, they get outed? They have no idea who I am. They just immediately shoot to, well, you're a lolicon, you're a pedophile, this. They don't fucking think. So it's like, yeah, and then it blows up in your face. So, it is what it is. What's your opinion on live-action anime? Some series, it definitely works a lot better than others. Unironically, I think Monsters should have a live-action series, because that's one where, holy shit, that'd be really good. I know Homunculus got a live-action movie. That's one where I heard that, and I immediately am like, okay, that could be really fucking good. You're a pedo, my brother in Christ. I'm talking about the skills on a character. Exactly. Really sure Tim Pool and the Low Seers have both said anime has good values. It's a fucking coin flip thing. It's all about pandering to their boomer audience and being like, well, some of it's cool, but then immediately, as soon as they smell money in the water, they'll gun after it. You don't even present yourself as TheAlmightyLoli either. No, I'm Bundy-Chu. Your username is the ultimate filter. It really is, because like they don't know anything about you. They don't know anything about you. I feel like a lot of pedo accusers are just obsessed to reenact the fantasy of being the hero in their head. That's what I definitely think. There was a guy on Twitter, I'm trying to remember the exact context of the conversation, but it was he points something out where like this new generation, you know, we already have an issue where like kids are so desperate to get internet fame, get internet clout as fast as possible. You see a lot of like kids on the internet now who are constantly making call out posts. The one that accused the fucking amputee who like lost his leg to cancer of being like a fetishist that removed his limb due to a fetish thing and now he's monetizing it, you know, that kind of shit. That was a kid. You know, we have this new generation that just wants to stoke up angry mobs as fast as possible because they know it gives them a bunch of attention, gives them a bunch of attention and money. They are desperate to find a new Christian. Like, this new generation desperately needs a new Christian. You know, they are always looking for it. They're always looking for the next big lolcow, you know what I mean? You know, the one they'll all unite and throw stones at. So they're doing everything they can to make it happen. Not understanding that they are all Christian. The dimensional merge came true, and Chris has infected our children with his mind worms. They are all exactly as bad as him. You know, because the way the guy was talking, you know, the dude on Twitter who made this thread, the exact wording he used is, it's almost like they want someone to be a pedophile. They are desperate to make you say you're a pedophile. It's like, come on, just fuck that kid. We know you want to, even though it's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Because, you know, outing a pedophile is the easiest way to get clout. You know, it's the easiest way to get attention for yourself. Guys, I found a new sex offender. You know, we can cast him out together, you know, that kind of shit. It's why there's also stories of circles protecting pedophiles and quote-unquote gathering information, you know, because, you know, they want to make this big, grand, epic call-out post, even if they're directly friends with somebody, you know what I mean? It's nuts. There we go. My friends are still texting about fucking Barbie. It's like, I don't want to watch Barbie. I don't want to watch Barbie. I'm not funding the fucking meme. This scares me. Most people that seem to want you to be a piece of shit so they can excuse to stone you. Exactly. That's why you also have so many fake friendships. Zibba Zibba, $5. This is what happens when kids can't bully each other in real life. Yeah. You described internet blood sports. Internet blood sports back in the day was just retards, reenacting Jerry Springer. It's like, oh, I know you fucked a bunch of hookers on that weekend we were together, Andy, and man, fuck you. I know who you bought coke from. Absolutely retarded shit. Black supremacists debating a white supremacist, and they're just screaming at each other, and you have Tariq Nasheed go, "My dick is a weapon of mass destruction I use to destroy the white race." Like, internet blood sports was so stupid it was fun. That was it. This new generation, it's people who unironically want to backstab and play like Game of Thrones politics with each other, but it's a bunch of kids in a fucking Discord server. And that's where you get this bad shit where, like, the smallest infraction or smallest issue, they will gun after you like the wrath of God. But the minute you find something on them, it's like, oh, wow, it's so fucking small. Why would you even care about that? It's like, because kind of fucking big, man. You're throwing stones at other people. Meanwhile, you're not pretty clean yourself. I don't know. I'm just not ready for kids this day to be that cynical. Save cynicism for when you're an adult. Tariq gave us buck breaking from his blood sports. Exactly. I had to explain to my friend the internet's no longer in its Wild West face and the Pinkertons and yuppies are here face. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is disturbingly accurate. It's like, yeah, no wonder we have so many fucking angry mobs. The goddamn Pinkertons. Is it okay if I use my phone to film for a video on vacation, or do I need a GoPro? You can use your phone, just make sure you have storage for it. And it might not look the best, but hey, if you don't care about that. It's almost like ass beating should come back. It's just so spoiled nowadays. It's not even that. I mean, it's like, I truly believe kids make money on the internet too early. I mean, it incentivizes all the worst aspects of them. Like, you should not be allowed to make money on the internet until you're already an adult. That's not even kneecap the competition. How dare kids become successful? It's because it always leads to fucking horror stories. Kids taken advantage of by their parents, or, kids taught to just gun after anyone and everyone. And the minute they get a tiny amount of pushback, they are immediately jump into, well, I gotta kill myself now. I gotta leave. I fucked everything up. I ruined my life. It's like, it's not that bad. It's like, get your mind out of the internet for a while and understand there's a larger world around you. You can have like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, but if you go out to, work at Walmart for a week or something like that, no one's gonna fucking know who you are. That is what you need. You need to understand you are internet famous. You are not actual famous. Off topic, do you think they're going to pull an Arkham Knight, Jason Todd bait and switch in Spider-Man 2 and still include Eddie as Venom? From what I understand, it is just 100% confirmed it's Harry, which I guessed because Spider-Man PS4 ends with Harry in the vat with the symbiote. So I kind of always assumed it was going to be him. My big question was like, oh, well, where is Eddie? Because I like Eddie. Internet's not make it from us men no more. It's become civilized when it's really Las Solis. Virtue, all man of a bygone era, was look at a world that isn't for us no more. Yep. I'll forever be grateful my old man, God rest his soul, taught me how to get by with little and just enjoy the quality stuff when it comes and goes. Yeah. I stay by what I said about there are a lot of people who shouldn't be famous because that shit fucks with their head. Oh yeah. Even the people who are famous, you see how badly it can rot them. I mean, look at Angelina Jolie. Oof. Eddie is the people's Venom. Exactly. Do you know who I am? The meme repeats itself. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, no one gives a shit. At the end of the day, the best thing you can remember is memento mori. You are just a man. You are mortal. You will die. No one gives a shit about your YouTube videos. Thoughts on Nexpo? I like some of the stuff he made. All right. Let's go ahead and... All right. And there's no audio right now because I'm clicking off. I'm checking some stuff. No for $1. What do you think of the people saying liking tomboys means that you like T-girls? That's just fucking, that's more sad, pathetic. No, you have to have my fetish. You have to enjoy what I like. Where it's like, oh no, you like tomboys, therefore you like trans. Like, oh yeah, and it just so happens that you're trans. How convenient. Or it just so happens you have the fucking flag in your account, meaning you have to always give a shit about this forever. Ugh. Cult Person, I have $2. Where would you rank FF16 in the mainline series? I definitely think it's one of the better ones. I don't know how much I would compare it to in regards to the rest, but definitely one of the better ones. T-girls, trans. You ever had a boss that seemed psychic just when you had to plan to take a week off to pull this urgent project out of the ass that needs you to get done? Yeah, that definitely can happen. It's annoying. Did you hear about that country song that called out the idiocracy going on? People calling it racist? Yeah. Where the dude is just outright saying, like, hey, don't fucking riot and hurt people, you pieces of shit. And that somehow was turned into, like, a controversial statement. You like chubby girls, so you like whales too, right? Exactly. It's like that kind of mindset. It's like, no. Just the fucking fetishization. A lot of places don't know what the R is for R equals 2H plus 2Z yet. I don't fucking know, dude. Just look it up on Google. I don't remember anything of high school math. I forgot about it. Because high school math is fucking useless. FF16 is the worst selling one in the series, though. It's not the worst selling, no. You're talking about the sales in Japan, and you have to remember it's PS5 only. And the PS5 did not sell very well in Japan. That's on Real Life Ryan. I like his stuff. He did a whole Evil Dead retrospective, and at that point, that's pretty fucking good. I think preference is wrong when it doesn't fit the modern crowd, apparently. It's not even like they actually give a shit. It's just like, well, no, modern era says you're not supposed to like this stuff, You're never allowed to like, traditionally feminine females. You have to always like something that'll piss off mommy and daddy because, how dare you have a healthy relationship with your family. That kind of shit. It's why you get the scene of little girls throwing baby dolls against the ground screaming, we're not just mothers, that kind of shit. Because, they have to demonize a very basic human instinct. Which is, reproduce and protect your offspring. Having any opinion on like, child rearing to that degree where it's like, oh, well, it just makes you miserable. It's like, no, you bought into media from miserable people. There's a difference. You are quite literally arguing about the fucking... You're arguing about the tide coming in. You don't have a fucking choice. Razor Fist fans coping about F16 being a fun, good game. I can understand not liking it, but saying it's one of the worst selling is like, that's not exactly true. And I like it. How would you rank Clive as protagonist? I like Clive. He's one of the better ones. I still don't know how I would rank him, but like, I liked him a lot. I think he has a really cool arc. I don't think to the level of like a Squall or a Cloud, but that's also hard because Cloud is like fucking iconic beyond iconic. I mean, even people that don't know anything about Final Fantasy or Japanese, games in general know about fucking Cloud. So, new Legacy of Kain coming. Really? Ooh. That could be interesting. I'm going to hold off my excitement, though, because, like, I don't know. Okay. We can do a new Pugilist quest. Does Richfist actually dislike F16 or just wailing at Square again? I don't know. From what I understand, he doesn't like it because it's too different. It's like, I can understand that. I don't agree, but I understand it. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. It's fine. I'm not super Evangelion fan. I found it a little weird. Just I respect it. Getting some ideas. Yeah. I mean, like, I understand what he means. Like, yeah, I respect it a lot, and I respect Anno a lot because he just seems like a kid playing with his toys, and he's all happy about it. He got to do Ultraman. He got to do Kamen Rider. He got to do Godzilla. I mean, he's doing all the shit he probably had wet dreams about as a kid. So it's like, hey, man, respect to that. And a lot of his stuff ends up being pretty damn good. I just personally didn't care for Eva. And it's ironic because that's the biggest one he's ever done. Mark99 for $2. To be honest, I think you're right about the kids making money too early thing. I was a drug runner back in high school. Stopped after my dealer was caught. Yeah, I mean, the the quest for the grind set can end up pulling kids down dark directions. I think for me, Clive is above Cloud, mainly because he has an arc. Cloud is 1-2, but it takes too damn long to kick in, even then it doesn't feel like much. I don't know. I like Cloud. Sonic Skeleton $2. I controversial. I want to breed with woman. Yeah. You know, once again, it's a thing of like you're fighting against human instinct. It's not even, you know, it's not even like, oh, but, you know, are we just, you know, doing what society expects us to? It's like, no, you're doing what your fucking species expects you to. You know, it's not, men did not invent the idea of creating children. Okay, we have to go all the way over here. Ugh. I also like Clive more than Cloud. Like I said, I don't know. Do you notice TV Tropes has you listed as an alt-right anti-SJW YouTuber? Hilarious. Yeah. Torn 90 for $10. Yo, Lolly, ever seen Record of Lotus War? I keep trying to sit down and watch that, but I just never stick with it. And once again, I have to warn you guys, video feed's gonna be choppy, because this is all purely on YouTube's end. My fucking bitrate is fine. So, fuck YouTube. Can we breed the chocolate bunny? If you can catch her. What made you pick Monk? I've not played DPS yet, and I thought Pugilist sounded fun. Because I mainly played tank. I did my Dark Knight. My brother in Christ, that's not a breeding kink. That's your basic instinct that you inherited from your ancestors. Exactly. Does Clive fuck Jill? I think so. I mean, they were naked in that cave together. Where can I find the coolest Dragoon armor? I don't know. I've never played Dragoon. Do you hate when people say shit like, we'll finally have our masterpiece when talking about adaptations if the original source material was lower? Yeah. Yeah. Or keeps Cryptave $2. They try to act like Rust, but he isn't a cunt. Well, the thing is, Rust was also insane. He wasn't right. He lost the will to live. Marsh $2. What did Mr. Sen say about you and what happened to him? He just called me a lolicon. It's like, oh, he's a lolicon. He wants to jerk it to anime girls. Like, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. And for those that do know, on a related note, I have a new t-shirt design in the works. I'm working with my artist buddy. And it's going to be a fun one. I love his PowerPoint presentation. I warned you. YouTube fucking goofed up with the encoding shit. Should be fine now. It says it's fine now. And it'll probably be fine once it's actually saved as a VOD. But for right now, yeah, it's probably all crunchy. That's on Walt Disney, the guy, not the company. He's interesting because, like, you hear so much about him where it's, like, over-the-top evil. Then you actually read his history and it's like, yeah, he might have actually just been smeared by commies. Fierce Apathetic Black Q for $1. I heard The Last of Us Part 2 themes themes of revenge and retribution were inspired by Druckmann's experience growing up in Israel. Like how? From what I understand, when he was a kid, he watched footage of like the Israel... Yeah, I think it was the Israel-Palestine War. And he watched... it was either Israel-Palestine or Israel and Lebanon. I don't fucking remember. But he watched an IDF soldier get lynched on national TV. So that, and since then he was like, you know, inspired to like look into themes of violence and revenge. Like, I mean, that's not even like the worst inspiration. The problem is he's such a fart huffer about it. He is such a fucking like, I'm looking into the depths of the human condition. Like, no, you're fucking not. You made a mid-zombie series where it's one good game and then a shitty sequel, and you've been doing nothing but milking those ever since. And once again, see, it keeps saying YouTube is not receiving, but I'm green on this end. It is purely YouTube's fault, so blame YouTube. You ever think of making a shirt referencing your Cyberpunk idol story idea? I might eventually. I know Sai actually went on and is trying to get a version of that idea, you know, a version he's working on out himself. So maybe eventually I'll come back to it. Just, yeah, that experience was one of those of like, man, that was just the wrong time and none of it worked out right. Where it's just, you know, all of us were too busy with our personal lives. Like, yeah, just kind of one of those. That's good inspiration. Too bad he has the ego the size of the sun. Exactly. It's like, listen, you know, there is more to, you know, The problem is I described that before, where it's you want to talk about revenge, but you want to do it in the safest, most Hollywood version ever. Like that trope of Ellie has a gun pointed at somebody and all they do is talk, and then something happens, she gets distracted, and then they fucking throw the fucking plate at her, or someone jumps her or something like that. It's like it's the most like bullshit thing ever to make it seem like it's not her fault or stretch out, you know, how long the scene actually is. Like, no, that's fucking stupid. I hated the one with the pregnant chick and the guy, because that was a blatant example of it. Of like, if you want to show Ellie become evil, show her become fucking evil. You know, there's a big problem in Last of Us 2 where it goes with the idea of like, characters' intentions don't matter, it's what they do. You know? It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what was going on in Ellie's head when she was doing this. It's just the fact she did it. So context ends up working against it so much. Where it's like, you know, I talk about it in like the Last of Us 2 videos, where it's like, hey, if you want to show Ellie become evil, show her intentionally do things that are fucked up. You know, kind of like what Spec Ops: The Line does. I know people give a lot of shit to Spec Ops: The Line because, like, oh, it tells you to do something, then it yells at you. It's like you're kind of missing the point of the game. I admit a lot of people end up getting really drunk off the whole it's criticizing the player thing. Even I fell into that. I fully admit. But no, Spec Ops: The Line's really good at showing a guy become evil, or at least rip off the mask and show he is evil. Where, you know, at first what Walker does is fuck up and make a mistake. He fucks up and kills a bunch of innocent people, and since then he gets worse and worse and worse. And then by the end of the game, you are intentionally doing things that are fucked up and evil. You can choose to shoot those people in the crowd after they hang Lugo. Now, obviously, the context of why he does that is up to you. Where it's like, oh, is it because, you know, he wanted revenge? Is it because they're still dangerous? You know, that's an interpretation angle. But the point is, you shoot a bunch of innocent people, and you do it because they killed your friend. So that's kind of where I view... God damn it, fuck off. That's where I view it working a million times better. Modern thought a child is a hassle that prevents you from enjoying society and vice to its fullest. Basic human instinct, plap, 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 get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Yeah. I kind of view the anti-children people as like vegans, where it's like, you're fighting against Mother Nature and you're shocked it has consequences. Where you have like women who are in their fucking 30s or 40s that don't have kids just go like complete fucking depressive, where they're like, man, I ruined my life and you know, there's no way I can ever get anything back. I lost so many opportunities. What am I going to do now? Where they clearly regret their whole like free love mindset. Monk because rabbit punch good. Exactly. Spec Ops: The Line isn't bad. It's fan base that's bad. Yeah. As stated, I fully admit a lot of people, including myself, got into the whole like, oh, this grain of sand represents something, because you love the game, you want to find reasons to love it. You know, it's easy. It's an easy trap to fall into, where you're just trying to find reasons to talk about it. And we're getting jumped pretty fucking bad. I'm not used to this compared to my tank, where it's like, no, wait a minute, why am I dying? Oh. Ow. How does Legacy of Kain handle revenge? In a very, very interesting way. Basically, the way Legacy of Kain works is Kain is betrayed and murdered because he was a ruthless-ass warrior king. They make clear from the get-go in the beginning of Blood Omen, Kain's not a good person. Before that, Jerry Seinfeld for $3. What's the deal with Neil Druckmann? He thinks he's this grand storyteller, but he couldn't write a children's book, and he seems to have a weird fetish for women getting beaten despite claiming to be a feminist. What is the deal? Yeah, sex weirdo shit. Jerry Seinfeld, $3. What's the deal with the EU? Why is a trade alliance telling countries what laws to pass? I look at people who like the EU, and it's like, EU needs to get some bitches. I don't know anything about Europeans. They're smelly and weird. March $2. They lynch Lugo. Lynchers aren't innocent civvies. Yeah, that's a mindset you can have. I just like the mindset of, like, I personally, the way I view it in Spec Ops: The Line is, I like that just being Walker embracing the fact he's the bad guy. It's like, fuck it. You know, what's the quote from Mike Milligan in Fargo? It's like, in times of revolution, what does it matter who dies first? It's like, yeah, fuck it. You've already killed so many people. Who gives a shit at this point? But yeah. Legacy of Kain is very, very interesting, because the way it handles a lot of it is, Cain is betrayed and murdered, and he is sentenced to hell. He just full-blown goes to hell. From there, an alchemist revives him as a vampire. So it's like, hey, I will let you get your revenge on the people who betrayed you. You just have to work for me. Big Boy Clutch shows what happened with some more internet gamers. He whined about a dude. He whined at a dude for making a Blue Archive video. You know, the gotcha. And he made like a lolly tier list as like a shit post. And he had a sponsor from Opera GX. Well, Mudahar freaked out at that and was like, man, that's so fucking weird. You need to be on the watch list. And then people pulled up the clips of him talking about how he enjoys watching cartel beheadings for fun. And like laughing about it. It's like, ooh, that's not good. But yeah. Legacy of Kain. I keep trying to fucking talk about this. Because I really like Legacy of Kain. It's really good. But Legacy of Kain, Cain is able to come back and get his revenge, and then he learns he was actually fucked over from birth. From birth, Cain was chosen to be one of the guardians / pillars of Nosgoth. Basically, you are one of the ones that keep it from rotting for eternity. The thing is, the guardians of Nosgoth, Salam is coming $2. Why did Cain get sent to hell immediately? Because he was a very bad person. They make it clear, Cain is just a dick. Okay, and he is fucking me up. He's actually fucking me up really bad. Oh god. Yeah, Pillar Guardians, exactly, yeah. I don't know how that dude was able to avoid all that shit. But, yeah, Cain is sent to hell and he's brought back and he learns he is a pillar. The thing is, yeah, but he was a pussy noble at the beginning. You only see a brief scene of him as a noble. I guarantee you he was not a pussy. He was, in fact, a warrior king. That is one of the reasons he was sent to hell and knows how to fight. The thing is, when he discovers he's a pillar, he also discovers that the pillars change every certain amount of time. I think it's like every 1,000 years or so. Fierce Epithec Black Q for $1. What if Joel won killing spread if he lost Ellie or Ellie went missing by the hands of WLF as remains what happens to Sarah from the first game? Maybe works for adding ideas in my opinion. I don't know. Sir Yuba-san for $5. At TheAlmightyLoli, since JSG is still YouTubing, I'd like to hear his review of Sound of Freedom. He always reviews a lot of movies. Come on, JSG, please. Yeah. Yeah. Good ending to Blood when someone out of character for Cain. Yeah, he is explicitly a bad guy. Like, Cain is a bad guy. Everything he does is for his own gain. They make it clear. You can murder scores of innocent people in Blood Omen. You are not a hero. So when he discovers that the guardian pillars of Nosgoth, who prevent the land from collapsing into darkness every few thousand years, have to die in order to change, he gets pissed. He gets pissed. Especially since his original quest is, well, I have to hunt down the pillars and kill them because they've been corrupted. Like, something corrupted the pillars, and now he has to go and kill them all. The one that's, like, not sane... The one that's not sane is the one who was assassinated that kicked off the corruption in the first place, because she is still a spirit holding the pillars together, but she's chained at the pillars. Because she is chained at the pillars, basically she can't leave, and she is stuck trying to get someone to fix the situation. Cain goes and murders all of the other pillars, and that's when he discovers, alright, you have to die as well, so this cycle can begin anew. Cain is fucking disgusted at that, and he's like, fuck you, no, I'm not going to be your hitman, and you're not going to fucking kill me. So then he decides, fuck it, you know, better to rule hell than serve in heaven, and he just becomes a full-on vampire king. From there, he ends up creating an entire empire of vampires. One so powerful that they basically have taken over Nosgoth, and they are just the supreme power in charge. Humanity is just barely able to fight them off. It's a very brutal war. Well, he ends up getting this collection of generals, where one of them is a guy by the name of Raziel. Raziel is the protagonist of Soul Reaver, who was one of Cain's top generals, one of his top guys, you know. You know, Cain wants me to be his top guy, you know, that kind of shit. From there, out of the blue, one day, Raziel is betrayed. He has his wings ripped off, because the older the vampire gets, they just become full-blown, like, deformed monstrosities, or, like, biblically accurate angel-type shit, you know? And so they rip off Raziel's wings and chuck him into a pit where an eldritch god is waiting. Literally just throw him into a burning pit of hell where this Cthulhu monster is waiting for him. Basically just as one massive fuck you. So Raziel is like, alright, I'm going to get revenge. So he wants to get revenge on Cain and murder him. From there, he has to go kill all the corrupted generals of Cain and find out what the hell happened. Like, why did my master betray me? Because it wasn't even a thing that was built up. It was just out of the blue, they betray Raziel, and he's like, what the fuck, dude? So you can kind of see the cycle of violence thing there, where Cain was betrayed, and so he spread misery across Nosgoth. And then he is able to become the Vampire King, and so then he betrays Raziel, who now is a Soul Reaver, an entity that is literally able to eat souls and cannot die. And now he's gunning after Cain. The thing is, you find out that Cain was several million steps ahead of Raziel. And Raziel finds out that Cain was actually super tight with him and is like, no, bro, you don't understand. I betrayed you to save space and time. And he's like, what the fuck? So the difference between Last of Us 2 and Legacy of Kain is that Last of Us 2 is, you know, bad people and stupid people screaming at each other and going, no, how dare you, how dare you fuck me over and do this, fuck you. And Legacy of Kain involves, like, time travel and alternate realities and fucked up timelines. This is my OC. He can eat souls and cannot die. He is the Soul Reaver. Thing is, Raziel's unironically cool. Like, Raziel is unironically fucking cool. Because he finds out he is a living paradox. He is in two places at once that he cannot be. He finds out that he is alive, quote-unquote, as the Soul Reaver and running around helping Cain. Because they decide to just rebel against the Elder Gods and be like, no, let's actually find out what the fuck's going on here. And he also finds out he is within the Soul Reaver sword that the vampire, that Cain has. It is a sword that can devour souls that was a scary weapon that they were afraid of. And Raziel finds out his soul is trapped inside of it at the same time as he is running around doing stuff. And he's like, what the fuck? That's impossible. Okay, this guy is, we might have to flee. Bail. Bail. We fucked up. So this dude is just really tough. He might be like a combat tutorial for something. If I want to start Legacy of Kain, where do I start? A lot of people start with Soul Reaver, but the actual beginning of the timeline is Blood Omen 1. Apocalypse Forever for $5. Missed if you said this, but how likely is it that Yamato will go the way to Bridget? Oda is very, very staunch on, like, no, that's not who she is. Read the fucking manga. He's literally told that to people who offer the dumbass headcanons, where it's like, oh, well, I think it's, really great they included trans representation. He's directly gone like, that's not what I fucking said. Legacy of Kain retrospect, that would be a lot of fun. It is a good series. The great thing about Legacy of Kain is that even if Cain is a fucking asshole, he's still incredibly compelling that you can actually root for. Exactly. And you find out that he's a dick, but he actually has, like, an agenda that might not be the worst one ever. Shichi Nana for $5. Thank you for a Berserk playlist. Was able to catch up on the series in like a week. We'll definitely be adding this manga to my collection. Yeah. Please sit down and read it. Please actually read it. That's on Mishoku Tensei. Yeah, Jobless Reincarnation. A lot of people keep saying it's good. I just don't really have much interest because, like, everything I've seen about it's like, It still looks like all the shit I don't like about Isekai. Where it's like, I don't like the main character. I don't like, a lot of the lore and the stuff around it. It feels very Like, it's one of those where if I really sat down and forced myself to watch it, I might enjoy it. But at that point, I'm like, there's a bunch of other stuff I can watch. Did Blood Omen 2 take place in modern day or no? I never played Soul Reaver 1. No, Blood Omen 2 takes place... That one's a weird one. It takes place before Soul Reaver. It is before Cain actually establishes his vampire army. It is a prequel. And even then, I think it's a prequel where, like, later Cain is able to go back in time. And he goes back in time to before he sets up his empire. So you have later era Cain dealing with a world that, like, doesn't respect him, and he is insulted by that. It has some good scenes, but to me it feels a little bit of like a cash-in. Best part's Kane. Just look up his cutscenes on YouTube. He's fucking awesome. Spaceman last $5. Raziel's acceptance of what Kane did to become the Soul Reaver, such a great end to his story after everything that's happened between the two. Yeah. It unironically handles the cycle of revenge better, where it comes down to, dude, that's not even 10% of what's going on right now. Fuck off. I want no network. Blowman 2 is another timeline branch after Kane stops Raziel from getting soul reaved. Is it that? I don't know. The timelines get so fucking confusing. Yeah, it's a prequel based on alternative timeline. Yeah. I'm confusing Blood Omen 2 with Castlevania 2, Devil May Cry 1. Yeah, no, that's not it at all. It's never hit modern day. It's always been gothic fantasy. What'd you think of the live-action Alita Battle Angel? I heard they're working on a sequel. Hopefully they don't fuck it up. I think that would be really interesting, because I did like the first Alita. The first Alita was genuinely fun. It's time to defeat the tentacle monster. Yeah. Blowman 2 is off its own spot. Blowman 2 and Soul Reaver 2 were developed at the same time. Oh, okay, yeah. I say it did feel a little bit like a cash-in, where it's like, it's just kind of wearing the Legacy of Kain name. It's like a lot of PS2-isms in it, where you have like the vampire chick who's giving you tutorials, and Kain is explicitly telling her to shut the fuck up, where it's like, you know, how dare you fucking talk to me as if I need tutorials. Like I said, Kain in Blood Omen 2 is fucking awesome. It's the rest of the game that's a little meh. Xenogears did the cycle of violence a lot better when the mental illness was pretty good. Yeah. Damn, they sent you a novice invitation. What made Season 3 and 4 Castlevania so bad? Because my brother recommended only the first 2 seasons. First 2 seasons are a pretty good adaptation to Castlevania 3. It's a fun adaptation that you know, admittedly, Castlevania 3, it's one of the NES ones, so it doesn't have much story. It's just Alucard, Sypha, and Trevor want to go fuck up Dracula. So how do you write a story around that? The problem is, by 3 and 4, you can obviously tell we're not supposed to be using these characters anymore. Their stories are fucking over. Let's skip to something else right now. But they don't do that. So 3 and 4 explicitly feel like a D&D campaign, kind of like what Vox Machina was, where at least Vox Machina is literally a D&D series, so it makes sense why that's a D&D campaign. Castlevania, like, there were moments it genuinely felt kind of insulting. Next for $1, recently I heard people saying that mommy dummy thing is fetishized mental illness. I don't see your thoughts. It's definitely safe horny, where it's like that's the only version of, you know, that's the only thing you can openly simp for. You know, it's like, oh, how dare you care about Ashley's panties in Resident Evil 4 remake? Meanwhile, they're simping over fucking Dimitrescu in Resident Evil 8. Which, by the way, I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to feel like a native who had my land stolen. You know, that's my fucking territory. How dare you fucking steal that from me? You weren't there. You weren't in the trenches. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely safe horny. Not mental illness though. It's a fetish. You know, it's always a quirk in the human mind. Fierce apathetic Black Q for $1. Rooster Teeth is trying to end Genlock Season 2 as their woke end of Evangelion. Oh god. Raziel willingly sacrificed himself to show Kain who the true enemy is, which is the Elder God. Yeah, Raziel and Kain actually do learn to respect each other, and they do understand, like, hey, we have beef, but holy shit, the problems we're dealing with are so substantially worse. Like, they unironically have a very good arc with them learning to forgive each other. You know, because you have that awesome speech at the end of, I think it's like Soul Reaver 2, yeah, because it was the PS2 one, where Raziel actually has Kain cornered at the pillars. And he's like, I'm going to kill you, motherfucker. And Kain just fucks his head up so fucking bad. Where it's like, dude, you have no idea what the hell's going on. You know, oh, you want to do this to save Nosgoth because the land's all corrupted. Bullshit. You want revenge. You stupid, pretentious fuck. You know, he literally goes, hate me, but do it honestly. Because, you know, revenge is motivation enough. You know, that kind of shit. And then he tells him, like, yeah, I had to make a choice like all that time ago between sacrificing myself and you know, running away from my duty as a pillar, but fuck you, what if there's a third choice? And you know, that's where you get the famous lines like, you know, I flip a coin and it can either land heads or tails, but if I flip a coin enough times, eventually it'll land on its edge. Like, man, that's so fucking cool. How'd you get into Persona SMT series? That was one where I did get in because of the Super Best Friends, because Pat talked about Persona 4 Golden being like his favorite game of, I think it was like 2013 or so. And I was like, you know what, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. So I bought a Vita, and I bought Persona 4 Golden for my birthday, and I played the shit out of it. That is one of the few games where I literally would play it like, you know, noon in the afternoon and would not stop playing till like 6 in the morning. I got fucking addicted to Persona 4. Persona 4 Golden. It was awesome. My introduction to Persona 4 series was the Super Best Friends Play episode Persona 4. Yeah. I did see the Best Friends Play episode of Persona 4 before I played the game, but it didn't really click with me. It's like, oh, that was what he was talking about. So then I sat down and played it, and it's like, oh my fucking god, I understand now. I understand why he's so addicted. Yo, Lolly, would you want Guts in Mortal Kombat? No, if you're gonna put him in a fighting game, put him in Soul Calibur where he fucking belongs. Where they've explicitly made reference to Guts before. My 2 for Persona 4 was Dojins. Yeah, no. Oh god. Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea if I actually used my fucking heal. Okay, he's dead. I will admit, DPS is a lot harder than tank. Because tank I can just, you know, bull rush through everything, because fuck you. Eat shit, loser. Really, which references? Oh, like fucking, like half the goddamn protagonists in Soul Calibur are big knight dude with sword. I mean, Soul Calibur has a shitload of Berserk references in it. Ugh. Alpha Protocol was the last Obsidian interesting jank games. Now they just make jank. Yeah. I really wanted Outer Worlds to be interesting, and it had moments I liked. Like, you could shit talk a scientist dude into killing himself, and that's a legitimate way to end a quest. Like, that's pretty fun. But, man, so much of it was also just kind of there and not really that interesting. And a lot of, the lore around it was kind of fun, where it's like, hyper-capitalism taken to such a hilarious extreme that things like, you know, one line that I legitimately laughed at was, there's a guy who dies and you have to, like, find his next of kin, no, next of relation, and that's the way they word it, so you assume it's next of kin, and then you find who it is, and it's the lady who found his body when it was reported, so she is next to him in relation to the location of the body, and it's like, okay, that's pretty funny. Mr. Bird 7 for 5 fake monies was drinking and listening to music on YouTube when your stream just came on. Now just chilling and wondering what your preferred liquor. I like tequila, nog, rum, also Jaeger. A lot of the sweet ones. Yeah, DPS is a bit harder than tank. Yeah, once I get over leveled enough, it's not gonna matter too much. But yeah, you can make Rick kill himself. Not that scientist dude, but another scientist dude in a separate quest. It's like a world where they were trying to make like toothpaste or something, and it caused all the robots to go insane. It had fun concepts, it just didn't really follow through on a lot of them. Outer Worlds literally lets an asexual cuck you and then gives you the option to set up her date. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that quest because I did play it, and I was just kind of like, eh. You're still level 27? Yeah. I forgot to play last week, so we're behind on our schedule here. Oh, we can just walk there. Yeah. Ew. I don't blame people thinking Outer Worlds is communist propaganda, even though it's not. It's not. I mean, it takes potshots at capitalism, but I mean, it's fine. To me, it does it in a way that's still lighthearted. You know, like it's fun. But yeah, I absolutely do understand what people are, why people would assume otherwise. Samurai Bear for $1. How is the best guest character in Soul Calibur? I really like Ezio and Geralt. I always really liked the Star Wars ones. Starkiller, Darth Vader, Yoda. They were fun as shit. You and Shota finished 16 yet? Yeah, Shota finished it, and I just finished it this week. Because I also caught up on, been catching up on Gintama. And holy shit, that's been so much fun. I've forgotten how much I genuinely love the series. What anime do you never want to come out as live action? Mine's Hellsing. Berserk. Just hands down Berserk. I never want that to be live action. I don't care what people say, where it's like, oh no, they could do it right. No, fuck you, they cannot. They cannot do that right. We can barely get it good enough as an anime. Unpopular opinion, I thought Battle Angel movie was only okay for a movie JC was wanting to make for decades. It felt all right coming out in the cinema. In terms of anime live action movies in the West, that's better than what could have been. What do you think about the ending to FF16? I liked it. I definitely don't think Clive is dead. I definitely think they will keep him alive for like a DLC or maybe a 16-2. But if they want to dedicate and be like, no, he died, it's like, okay, that's ballsy. You know, and he gets, he dies, but he wins. You know, he got to say fuck you to Ultima. So it's like, okay, that's pretty cool. And yeah, the post credits was weird. I'm still trying to figure out a lot of that, where it's like, okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm trying not to spoil it because it is such a, like, if I explain it out of context, it's gonna sound dumber than it actually is. It's legitimately interesting. It's just one of those of like, man, though, that's, you know, I didn't expect him to actually dedicate down that road, but you know what? Okay. Marquis Crete, $5. I love how Metro gave you a better protagonist than Last of Us 2 and doesn't even speak a fucking word. He just reacts. His gondola video. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people like Artyom. I mean, it helps that he's, like, an actual novel protagonist that, you know, is from a successful book series. You know, it's like saying, like, oh, man, Geralt is a better protagonist than Last of Us. Like, yeah, because Geralt's from a well-written book series. Clive, better team up with Jack to kill more chaos. Ugh. I am curious how they're going to handle Clive in, like, larger Final Fantasy stuff. It's like are they going to have him do guest appearances? Because that'd be weird. You know, 16 is such a fucking grim game. Space Marine last $2 just spoiling and waste my money on PS5. Well, you aren't, but there are other people who might. But, like, them just straight up going, no more magic. I thought that was cool. Like, oh shit. Like, you full blown, like, so no more magic. Okay. Yeah. Beat the shit out of the midget. Fave semi-popular underrated anime. Mine's D. Gray Man. Shame it fall to the wayside. I really like Shigarui. Shigarui was really fucking cool. 14 collab. There might unironically be a 14 collab. What do you want Final Fantasy to go for 17? Can I want him to go full Cyberpunk? Well, that'd just be doing 7 again. Clive will be in Kingdom Hearts 4. That'd be fun. That would be funny. No more magic has been done in Final Fantasy before. It has, but the way they do it in 16 is like, okay, that's legitimately kind of interesting. Some was more steampunk. Yes, no. Some of it was just flat out cyberpunk. Media goes for 228. Sub fuckboy. Thoughts on the mobile Invincible game? People were pretty excited about it, and then were let down by the gameplay trailer. Yeah. People said, like, there's never been a more vicious case of whiplash before, where, like, you have an Invincible game. It's like, oh, that could be really fucking cool. Mobile shit. It's like, yep, that's gotta hurt. You know, they corporations will always find a way to take gold in the ground and turn it into fucking septic tank waste. They just don't, like, They don't understand that's not what people want. Juan Wick for $1. Hot take as someone who's on his 3rd run of RE8. I don't want to fuck Lady Dimitrescu. It's like Jessica Rabbit, where I know I'm supposed to find them hot, but I don't. I don't like tall women trying to kill me. Remake Ashley, on the other hand. See, I liked Lady D. Once again, that's why I was genuinely insulted by people going like, people only doing it for the meme. They're doing it for the meme. It's like, y'all come into my territory, you do my shtick, and you have the urge to call me a fucking trend hopper? Biopunk needs to become more popular. That's basically Resident Evil. I know they're coming out like it's like a business strategy game where you literally just run Umbrella and you're trying to create like bioweapons to sell, and you can accidentally cause a zombie apocalypse. It's called like Undead Inc. or something. And I actually kind of kept my eye on it because like that could be a lot of fun. I hate fake nerds. I hate them. You come into my house, shit on my carpet, and call me a fag? They don't realize you unironically like Cyberpunk 2077. They're infidels. And I'm waiting for that fucking, I am fucking waiting for the overhaul to come out, because Phantoms of Liberty is gonna be the expansion, but they're also going to have a full-blown overhaul of the game. They talked about it's gonna be a massive update that comes out before the expansion comes out, and it's gonna add in a whole bunch of shit from the promised stuff. The big one I kind of kept my eye on is there's now going to be limits to how much implants you can have, otherwise you run the risk of going cyber psycho. It's like, okay, that's gonna be cool. When that overhaul comes out, it's gonna be the Witcher 3 effect after Blood and Wine came out. It's like, oh my god, they fixed the game. It's fucking great. Nobody loved it. They all just bought into the dumbass YouTubers who spread a bunch of lies and tried to say it was trying to be the new Vegas. Like, I know for a fact there's gonna be some retconning coming out when that happens. Want to make Cyberpunk 2077 a parody game until I finally played the game and loved it. Yeah, like, I really do like 2077. Of course, I didn't ride the hype bandwagon that a lot of people did. I explicitly went into the game going, yeah, it's probably not going to be anywhere near as good as what we wanted. And I actually had a lot of fun with it. Okay. Worst part about Cyber Wars being limited is now V isn't built diffy. Yeah. And I kind of always headcaned that as like, the reason V could have so much cyberware and not go cyber psycho is because they're literally dead. They're technically already brain dead, so like, you can't override a human brain if it's not functioning and only running off pure Keanu Reeves. Another stupid trend, Jackass is getting up in your case for living something that they like because trends, they accuse you of being fake. Yeah. It already is when the anime released. Anime helped, but it's not there just yet. Yeah, it's down there. When that update comes out, because it's gonna be like a massive fucking rework of a whole bunch of systems. Like, they flat out said they're basically reworking everything from the ground up. When that comes out, if it works how they want it to and it comes out good, that's gonna be when people go, man, why did people ever hate this? Because a whole bunch of people jump in, and they'll play it. The new expansion will be out, and a bunch of people buy the game. There's probably going to be a discount. Like, the reason I'm kind of guessing this is because we already saw it with Witcher 3. Witcher 3, people don't really remember how busted that game was when it came out. It was pretty buggy. I mean, it was pretty rough. But a lot of people got over it because the story was really good, and it was the new Witcher game, and everyone loved it, and it was CD Projekt's big thing. And then the expansions came out, and Blood and Wine in particular, because Blood and Wine was just fucking amazing. That was when everyone was like, greatest game of all time, and CDPR was basically exclusively selling the complete editions with all the expansions and all that shit. It's like, we've danced the dance before, so. Honestly, underused concept, brain dead person puppeted by software like an AI meat puppet. That's how I like to see the story of 2077. We're like, V is already dead and basically running off what little time the chip gave him. Because that basically is the ending. You get Johnny out of your head, and it's like, yeah, but you're going to die. Too much of your brain's been overwritten. You're going to die no matter what you do. That's also why I kind of like the ending where Johnny takes over, where now he has to live on in your memory. It's like, that's cool. Upgrade? Yeah, it's a little bit like Upgrade. It's a big thing in Soma. Yeah, Soma's really interesting. Okay. Before we do this, I gotta roll over and get another drink. My desk is full of cans. Here. I bought a whole big case of, it's called a late one. It's like a local soda we have here. It's fucking delicious. All right, let's do this. I've seen the post where someone sees Red Dead 2 and expects Blood Meridian that says there's a bunch of woke shit in it. Stupid as fuck. Yeah. It's like, oh wow, that book that you didn't fucking read until Wendigoon talked about it. Yeah, you totally expected that going in. It's like I'm a firm proponent of there wasn't any woke shit in Red Dead 2. You're fucking jumping at shit. Arcape Scripte, $5. All I know is Slav knows how to make great existential games. Corpo V, finally leaving the rat race, enjoying the Nomads is best ending. Like I said, I like Johnny taking over your body. I just have such a... It's why I'm kind of mad that's the most neglected ending. Where it's like, no, that's not the one you're supposed to pick. It's like, but I like that so much, though, where Johnny actually has to grow up and be like, I have to live on for V. I have to give V the life that, they never had. I like that. I want one sci-fi to address the fact upload ain't you. You're still gonna die, nigga, then see rat chasshole panic. That's literally Soma. Soma explicitly makes a point of that. We're like, hey, the AI copy of you is not actually you. For the love of God, stop killing yourselves. Oh. The game is about Johnny. Yeah. Who the fuck thinks Red Dead 2 is supposed to be like Blood Meridian? Yeah. It's like... It's not going to be Blood Meridian, because you know where it has to lead. It has to lead to John escaping with his family and then having to hunt the survivors down for the sake of the U.S. government. Spaceman on $2, Moon Heist is the best ending, Edge Runner Legend. Yeah, some people like that one a lot. It is the canon one, and where you're probably going to get another expansion after that, where it's like an epilogue. But like I said, I like Johnny taking over your body, and it's like, you know what, I have to live on for V. It's like, that's cool. I must breed Pan Am for V, Johnny Silverhand. You can actually have V live. Oh yeah, I know. The Nomad ending, you live, and they're like, we're gonna find a way, to get you better V, even though it's like heavily implied you're just gonna die with them. You can have the Corpo ending where they use the... I forgot what the term is for it. The software that created the Johnny AI, they use it to get rid of him, and they're actually able to, like... They have it to where I think you're still dying, and then they just dump you in the middle of fucking nowhere going, hey, thanks a lot for returning our shit, retard, and then they just leave you. They explicitly go, yeah, you should not have trusted Arasaka. The Relic, yeah. V gives Johnny his body so they both won't lose and Johnny won't waste a second chance. Yeah, that's what I like. Once again, that's why I'm sad it's kind of the most neglected ending. Because everyone's message at the end is just, man, V, where'd you go? And it's like, man... I understand Johnny gets the fuck out of Night City, which in itself is also a pretty good ending. Where Johnny's like, I can't... I think the reason I like that ending so much is because I love Johnny as a character. I love Johnny as a character, and I unironically really like Keanu in the role. Yeah, you have the meme of him being a bad actor. I really like Keanu in the role of Johnny. Because he just fits burnt-out rock star. burnt out rock star that has stopped giving a shit. You know, where he's just like, man, why the fuck have I been doing all the shit I've been doing for so long? You know, he directly has multiple moments where it's like, I spent fucking years trying to change the world and it didn't work. I nuked a city. Nobody even remembers me. It's like, I love that a lot, and I love his banter with V, especially Corpo V, because the guy put it best. Like, yeah, having Johnny convince V to get out of the rat race, like that's just a fun arc. You know, like you embody everything Johnny hates, and yet you're able to get out, and you get you get to have a genuinely good friendship with him. Johnny finally grew up, and it took actual death to do it. Yeah. Keanu actually liked the role, and fuck all the haters. Johnny's a good boy deep within. Yeah. I especially love when you have the quest line about like the commie AI that's like talking about we need to rise up and and fight capitalism and all that, and you find out it's literally just like a modified billboard a bunch of kids tinkered with for fun, and Johnny just laughs his ass off at it. Like, I love that quest line. That was so much fun. I like Keanu in the base game. Sounds like a tired old man who doesn't give a shit. Yeah, and that to me is how Johnny's supposed to sound. Like, he literally died. He literally died a martyr blowing up Night City, specifically Arasaka HQ, and Arasaka couldn't give a shit less. So, like, having him kind of go like, what the fuck have I been doing for so long? Like, that just works. That's good. I click out for a bit. No, for $1, Johnny will take over your body and live your life. So what if you play as a female V? They addressed that like once. When you go visit, I think his name is Kenny, the bandmate, the rockstar dude. I think he'll already make a joke. It's like, hey Johnny, nice pair of tits you got on there. But that's like the only real reference they have to that. You know, Poonam is gonna kill you in that ending. I don't give a shit. I like it. You know, it's like have Johnny grow up and be like, you know what, I gotta do something else with my life. I kind of wish there was a way Jackie lived. They teased it in the E3 stuff of like, oh, you might be able to have a way to get Jackie to live, but they probably just couldn't get it in time because the game did absolutely go through development hell. It is extremely obvious from pretty much everything about it. It went through serious development hell. From what I understand, there was like major fights in the studio between what they wanted the direction of the game to be. Did they want it to be more like the tabletop in like a full-blown RPG, or more of like a first-person shooter with RPG elements? And the first-person shooter RPG elements side won, but the argument kept going on for so long that it caused a lot of issues. On top of that, they were changing engines a lot. They were trying to keep up with current tech. They had to build a version for last-gen consoles, you know, PS4, PS5, not PS5, PS4, Xbox One, when the game is just not meant to be run on that. It is meant to be next-gen, but they were forced to, so. And not by, like, fans going like, man, I want it on last-gen. No, by the studio. The corporate heads were like, hey, put it on last-gen so we have more of a market. I like the crucifixion quest. Starts with him going, finally something interesting. Ends with him giving a guy a moment of silence. Yeah, I like that, yeah. Once again, you really do see that Johnny's a pretty complicated character. Like, yeah, he'll start off, like, not giving a shit about anything and going, like, man, fuck you, V, for caring. And then by the end of that quest, he's like, how dare you exploit this guy's vision? Like, he actually means what he says. Juan Rick for $2 as long as FemV can ABS and overhaul, I'll be happy. Like the ending to The Thing. Yeah. Well, the Thing in general got fucked, the 2011 one. Or like, the studio came in and demanded a bunch of changes. It was like, no, you need to put it in CGI because that's what people want, even though the props to make the monsters was all practical and were finished. You can watch footage of them on YouTube, and they looked good. But the studio was like, nope, can't have that. Do CG, because that's what everyone else is doing, ignoring the fact that literally everyone goes, yeah, but it fucking sucks. It's explicitly, like, something you need to buck away from. Mr. Bird 7 for 5 fake monies. How much time do you think they need for the game to not be what it was at launch? Definitely another year or two. Because by the E3 demo they showed off, the one where you're raiding the apartment building and Jackie drives you home, that is the build of the game we got. That is the version of Cyberpunk that we got. You also had the Scav one, where it's you're raiding the Maelstrom. That's also 95% of what is in the game. It was just the small stuff like the hacking and the Mantis Blades climbing on walls and shit like that. So they clearly had what they wanted in mind. It's just by the time they had that build down, they had like a year at most for launch. So they needed another year or two, but they really wanted 2020 because Cyberpunk 2020. It's named in tabletop. And I also think it was like an anniversary of when it came out too. But it just was not... It was just impossible. It just would not work the way they needed it to. Geek of the Week for $10. Unpopular opinion. I couldn't stand having Silverhand as the focus of the story. Keanu was clutch to Silverhand, though. Thoughts on the idea that Biotechnica make clones and can solve V's problem? That would be interesting, you know. Incorporate more of the lore. And I do understand when people say, like, I don't like the fact to focus so much on Johnny, because Cyberpunk is a very big setting. You know, they make a point of, like, what V's dealing with is so small in comparison to the rest of the world. You know, you have, like, the war between Arasaka and fucking everybody. You know, Militech and all the other fucking tech companies out there. There are straight-up demons hiding in the Black Wall that can cause a lot of havoc if they get out. Phantom Liberty explicitly seems like it's going to be about more the larger world politics of Cyberpunk, of like how all these different mega corporations merge with the government and how that's affecting things. Like, maybe that's more in line with what people wanted. I still really like the Silverhand stuff, but I do understand when someone's like, it just didn't click with me. Ugh. Metal Gear Solid 5 could have had the sneaking between warring factions like 4. So much waste potential, but on top of the narrative, gameplay could have been amazing with even more dynamic gameplay. Yeah, if only they let Kojima actually finish it. Ugh. Oh god. Really disappointed Militech had such a small role. And once again, that's kind of where it seems like Phantom Liberty is specifically trying to patch that. Where it's like, it's going to be all about Militech. Crazy announced Cyberpunk in 2013 with that CG trailer. Crazy amounts of dev hell. Oh yeah. I will never forget when that trailer came out. Because it was fucking amazing. No matter your opinion on Cyberpunk, the Bullets trailer is one of the best reveal trailers in all of gaming. I don't care. Some gigs were cool. Most felt the same. Yeah, kinda. I did like the fact that there were little immersive sim segments where you could go through it pretty much any way you wanted. That's kind of where when people went like, oh, the game doesn't even let you do anything. It doesn't feel like an RPG. It's like, because you're not playing it right. A lot of those gigs, a lot of those little extra side things you could do. Holy shit, they had so much variation. There was so much you could do. It was fucking awesome. Yeah. There we go. I need to open my chakras. What year was it? 2010? 2013. Because it was not long... It was either not long before or not long after Witcher 3 came out. I think it was not long before. Because it was like the same E3 where they were showing off some of the final builds of Witcher 3. And we're going to be like, oh, it's coming. Because it was the CD Projekt Red section of E3. And then they showed off, oh, well, we're also going to do Cyberpunk 2020, the Mike Pondsmith. It's like, okay, that's pretty fucking cool. Silverhand, I'm a revolutionary, bro. I'm here to free us from corporate oppression by blowing up a skyscraper and plunging the city into a toxic wasteland for a hellhole. And the sad part is, it didn't even work. Like, Johnny will fully admit he just hates the world and hates people. So when he does crazy shit like that, you understand. It's like, he's just a misanthrope. You know, he doesn't pretend to really be a good guy. He just wants to kill people. Ugh. It was definitely before Witcher 3. Yeah, I think it was like the E3 before. Witcher 3 launched in 2015? Really? I kept thinking Witcher 3 was 2013. Shit. My memory's bad. I remember one gig did play a part in the main story. More than a few of them did. A lot of the side stuff did, in fact, play with the main story. That's where, once again, when people were like, oh, man, all the endings were the same, it's like, no, that's not true. If you did not, if you neglected certain side quests, you could not choose them as endings. So it's like, yeah, man, it was actually kind of important to play some of those. Like, if you didn't help the backers, they just flat out couldn't help you because they're too busy with their own shit. Not the backers, the Pan Am's group, the fucking you know, the fucking motorcycle people, drifters, I think they're called. I don't remember what they're called. That's that. Phantom Liberty's not gonna be available for broke motherfuckers like me. I will play the shit out of it, even if it's undestable. Well, don't worry, because as stated, the patch that's coming along with it, that's gonna be overhauling a bunch of shit. That's just gonna flat out be free. So you might be able to play like a new version of Cyberpunk where it's like more closer to what they intended. But yeah, Phantom Liberty is gonna be an expansion pack, so it's probably gonna be like $10-20. Nomads, yeah, Nomads and Aldecados, yeah. Yeah, backer is Nomad V's tribe, yeah. I think it's $40 for the expansion? I don't know, that sounds a little much. Ugh. There we go. Fuck it up. There we go. I don't remember the context of this quest line at all. All I know is I must punch. Okay, there we go. Damn, like a Dragon Gaiden is gonna be $50. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know if the expansion is gonna be that much. Just check $30 on Steam. Yeah. $30 was kind of more in line with what I thought. Still a little pricey, but I'll see how much. I'll see how much is offered. Virgin Pan Am Simp Chad Corporal Lady Enjoyer. We are not the same. She straight up gives you a vibrator as a weapon. I was talking about only next-gen stuff and too broke to buy a new console. Yeah. Okay, on that angle, yeah, because that is going to be an investment. If you have, like, a decent enough PC, you might be able to run it just fine. If you want a revenge game with a good female protagonist, play Tales of Berseria. Yeah, I like Tales of Berseria. That is a good game. I feel really bad for a lot of the characters in that, though, because goddamn, Tales of Berseria fucks people over so bad. Johnny had a good parallel with Rock Bartmos. Both did major events in Night City. Difference between the two is Bartmos irreparably hurt the net and is remembered for it. Nobody remembers Johnny. Yeah. That's kind of sad when you think about it. I'd open my drink. I originally played on Xbox One. I struggled just to finish a mission. Oh yeah, as stated, the game legitimately had problems. Like, it actually had some fucking problems, and I think I forgot to pick up some items, so I have to go spelunking. But it was not meant to be on last gen. I played on PS4 Pro, so I had less issues than a lot of people, but it was not meant to be last gen at all, and you can tell it. You can tell. I love that reverb anytime you crack open a drink. Yeah. It's a late one. It is a Kentucky soda, and it is some of the best I've ever drank. I'm trying to cut down on my sodas, but I'm always weak to this. Yeah, but he's a nerd and he does computer shit. Exactly. Still can't believe I beat it on base PS4. That is impressive. Surprised the damn thing didn't catch on fire. You think they'll ever add elements from Edge Runners in 2077? If they continue expanding it, like maybe a Lucy side quest? That could be cool. I know they add in a bunch of references, and I know the cab driver is a character in the game. You can actually, like, meet him, and I think he gives you David's jacket. So, I can imagine they'd want to double down on it, because Edge Runners was pretty fucking popular. What flavor is the soda? It's hard to explain. Not quite ginger ale, not quite Sprite. You'll know when you drink it. Okay. We gotta find more of the cultist orbs. They're over there, but we also gotta break the seal. Maybe we just gotta run up and, like, touch the seal. I forgot how this one goes. Yeah, sugar's like crack when you have a sweet tooth. Yeah. You see Vito's debate on free speech with okay law. I assume he shat his pants, because that's usually what he does. Mulatto soda? It's a little bit. Let me see the ingredients here. Carbonated water, sugar and corn sweetener, vegetable, glycerin, natural and artificial flavors, ginger, citric acid, sodium benzoate, preservative, phosphoric acid, caramel coloring, and caffeine. So, yeah, kind of like a ginger ale, kind of like a Sprite, kind of like a citrus soda. You will know it when you drink it. You can find Rebecca's shotgun near Arasaka Tower. Yeah. Edge Runners was fucking harsh. The ending broke my little heart. It was good. It wasn't like the saddest thing ever. Like I kept hearing people go like, "Oh man, I cried like a baby." It's like I felt bad, but I didn't like break down crying. Also, Johnny's a megalomaniac. He isn't that important in the Arasaka attack. His memories are warped. Another big corpo with the main attackers. He was more in the background. Oof. That's gotta especially hurt. It's like you couldn't even be a terrorist, right? Adam and Sitch couldn't comprehend the difference between paid advertisements and a show and an algorithm ad on the likes of YouTube that randomly plays. Wait, what? Couldn't comprehend the difference between paid advertisement in a show and an algorithm ad on the likes of YouTube that randomly plays. Like, paid sponsorships in a show. You know, like, you know, when for instance, the characters go to, like, Pizza Hut and they talk about how great Pizza Hut is. They can't tell the difference between that and an ad on YouTube. Because, yeah, they are severely different. I got into Fuga because it was a good game. That game was way fucking better than it had any right to be. I was actually shocked how good it was. What's your opinion on Penny and Stalking Season 2? I am excited to watch it, but at the same time, I'm like, can they keep up that same humor, though? I'm afraid, like, it might be a completely different staff. They might not be able to you know, capture that same magic. Kind of sounds like birch beer. Birch beer, but not as heavily ginger. The ginger flavor is not really that there. It's just kind of like a little tickle. Yeah, Arasaka's much more worried about Morgan Blackhand at the time. Yeah. Lolly, be honest, you fat? I'm definitely fatter than I should be. I'm fully willing to admit that. Major Void for $1. Finale to my crashed SSD. The data recovery was only able to recover 50% of the data, and unfortunately the unrecoverable half had all the things I cared about. I'm not going to be able to get anything off this drive, and it breaks my heart. Yeah. There is an appeal to physical, as much as everyone, you know, jokes about it. What the fuck is birch beer? It's, you know, it's birch beer. It's stuff you mix in drinks. You got shotgun blow fucking chunks. You might as well throw rocks at Melotech. Yeah, the shotguns in Cyberpunk aren't really that good. You have to get really close to them. The really OP weapons are the fucking revolvers, and some of the assault rifles are pretty fucking OP. But, like, yeah, if you want to actually kill people in Cyberpunk, you need to have a revolver. Ugh. I need more chakra. Beat the Squid Man. What about Mantis Blades? I never really touched Mantis Blades, but some people did say those were pretty fucking broken too. You kind of had to, like... You kind of had to baby them, though. You had to get the right upgrades. But I know if you befriended the cop dude, River, you finish his quest line, you get like one of the best revolvers in the game. At least at the time when the game came out. I think some patches fucked with it though. They had like some of the best headshot damage because the way revolvers worked is it technically had lower DPS because it goes by rate of fire. It's kind of like the Division where it based DPS off rate of fire. So if you just spray more bullets, then technically you have the most OP shit in the game if you have like an SMG. But it's a lie because revolvers in Cyberpunk worked off the multiplier where you'll have like 15 damage, but then you look at the passive bonus and it's like, oh, 2,000 plus damage increase with a headshot. So really, if you aim for the head, which is easy to do, you can end up one-shotting a lot of fucking people. That's actually where they're really good for silencers too, because you can just pop a dude in the head and boom, he's on the ground dead, and you can just walk right past him. Playing ninja runs in Cyberpunk are also pretty fucking fun, where you're trying to sneak through without ever getting detected. Also, quick hacks. Like, goddamn, quick hacks are broken. You get a decent enough level contagion, you beat the fucking game. My favorite soda is carbonated moonshine. Isn't that just hard Mountain Dew? Blades or any decent melee weapon in Sandy built felt completely busted. Yeah, and I don't even see that as much of like a problem. You know, it's like, it's a single player RPG. You want busted shit. That's the fun part, being able to break the game and have like really OP characters. Dr. Yowden for 5 fake monies. Is the pop you're drinking called the Dog of Juana? Your weird Italian soda brand you were looking for on Amazon? No, it's called a late one. Like, I'll literally put in what it is called in the chat here. Because it's A, late, because it's LE8, and then 1. Alright. And we beat this dungeon. What endings did you get in Cyberpunk? I got all the endings. Because I saved right before the finale, and I just played through all the endings. But I really like the one where it's, once again, Johnny takes over your body. Johnny takes over your body, the El Ducado ending, and the ending where V goes off to the casino is pretty cool, too. The suicide ending is a shitpost one, and the Arasaka one is just scary. Just finished my math test, and I got 5 questions wrong because I didn't have another space for the scientific notation. Fuck. Yeah. And the best part is you're never going to use this ever again. I repeat, you know, a lot of the math they teach you is fake. It is fake math. What was your first ending? My first ending was... I think it was the El Ducado one. Yeah, it was the El Ducado one. Because I couldn't remember if it was the El Ducado one or if it was the casino one. Colin Minder for $1. He said nothing, and now it just says message retracted. So I don't know if it, I don't know how it retracts a message it wouldn't even send. Need to make DLC where you go to the moon. That's definitely gonna happen. Like I said, I think we're gonna get epilogue endings. Did you get Don't Fear the Reaper? Yeah. Estee, that's the one I really like. Don't Fear the Reaper, and then Johnny takes over your body. You know, that's kind of my headcanon of how it ended. Of like, yeah, you raid it alone, because if you do Don't Fear the Reaper, nobody dies. If you choose any other ending, where like, oh, you get Johnny's friends to help you, you get Panam's friend to help you, some major character dies. If you choose Johnny's ending, the chick dies. I forgot her name. It's not Alt, because Alt is the one in the AI, but it's the equivalent love interest. You missed my chat? No, I said it. Yeah, the Dog of Juana one, I said it. But if you choose El Ducado's, the leader dies and Panam takes over. Rogue, yeah, it was Rogue. If you choose, what's the other one? Because you had Don't Fear the Reaper. Yeah, if you choose Arasaka, you kill one of the, I guess technically in that one, Johnny dies. because they purge him from your mind. Nobody dies in corporal ending, but you know, I think technically in that one Johnny dies. But if you choose Don't Fear the Reaper, you go by yourself, and then you are able to, like, you know, make sure nobody dies. And if you choose Don't Fear the Reaper, fucking Takashi, I think that's the dude, the assassin corpo dude, who saves you. He shit talks you so bad and is like, man, fuck you, V, go to hell. And I was like, I love you too, Takashi. Yorinobu dies and that one gets replaced by Saburo. Yeah, but, you know, fuck Yorinobu. He wasn't our friend. Or Yorinobu, yeah. Now we go back to our desert place. Takamura. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Takamura. Yeah. Because he is like full-blown corpo. He is like, no, they bring order, they bring stability. It's like, eh. Would you be interested in seeing a movie called The 800s, an over-the-top movie about the Chinese versus Japanese during World War II? Yeah, that's one of those where it kind of feels like China propaganda, but I am interested to check it out, because, like, is it like triple R level, where it's so fucking over-the-top and cartoonish that it's, like, not even pretending to be real? What I like about Don't Fear the Reaper is that it's a suicide mission. You die, it's game over, and play the suicide ending. Yeah. But it's also just, like, so fun, because it plays the Johnny theme with the cello as you go through it. Like, God, it fits so fucking well. Fuck, marry, kill Y'shtola, Graha, or Xenos? Kill Xenos. To Graha. Fuck and marry Y'shtola. She is great. I have brought peace, security, and freedom to my new empire. So you, just making sure, are you streaming Saturday or what? Yeah, we're still streaming Saturday. This is another series I'm trying to do on top of that. I don't mind Goro. You can tell that even though he's misguided, he is honorable. Wish he had more character development, though. Yeah, that is another thing where I am hoping Phantom Liberty gives us more time with him. Did you pre-order any of those overpriced Lucy or Rebecca statues? I did not. I know better. Ugh. I mean, the Japanese did a lot of fucked up shit in China and Asia at large during the war. Oh, yeah, but I mean, like any movie made in China is not going to be... It's not going to be adherent to reality. Because it's fucking China. So, like... Even if you have, like, a Western movie that's trying to be about China, China's going to influence that. It's like... indeed, Y'shtola is breedable and marriage-worthy. Yeah. You kind of see the Jamaican guy again in the DLC with Elba. Yeah, I can see that. Talking more about the Voodoo Boys. That could be cool. Because, like, the Voodoo Boys are... They have, like, a tease for a larger plot line where it's, the government is fucking with them because they're trying to be, like, their own independent territory, and they have their own extranet or their own, like, internet, you know, whatever they want to call it. So you can fuck them over and help a government agent dude fry the brains of all their top hackers when you go to, you know, speak with Alt in the, you know, Black Wall. Not at the very end, but, like, right before the very end, where a lot of the ones in the room die and you have to fight your way out. Wasn't this series meant to originally be streamed on Twitch? That was the idea, but it turns out Twitch has a fucking stroke whenever I try to stream over there. It does not like OBS. I'm not sure what caused. I could get through one just fine, but man, ever since I switched to, yeah, save the VOD when I'm actually fucking done, it fucking has a spasm and dies. And I don't know if maybe it's an issue with OBS or what. Was disappointed Life Pass didn't affect the story more, just changed the prologue. It did, but it didn't. A lot of it was like small stuff where if you are a corpo, you can get more context on the larger world, which that's cool. Street Kid, Street Kid's kind of the one where I feel is the most useless. where it's like, and it's there, but you really can't affect much, and that's kind of why I think it's the worst one. Backers had some interesting ones where you could get through certain side quests a million times easier if it involved talking to a nomad. Some of the gigs, you could literally just walk up to a guy and be like, hey, I used to be this, and they'll just point you to where you need to go. Nomad's the best one. I like Corpo. Corpo, to me, is the most interesting one. Because it comes up a lot. I think it's the one that has the... Street Kid technically has the most amount of times it pops up, but Corpo has, like, the second most. And to me, it's always more interesting. That's one ending where I can ride off in the Militech waifu into the sunset. I found out what happens if you fucked up her quest line and she gets replaced. You find her body out in the middle of the desert, and it's like, huh. Oh, we can do... And I think this one will actually make us full-blown monks, so we gotta do this one. Corpo feels like the canon one. It kind of does feel like the canon one. No, she gets fucking cinderblocked and drowned in the middle of the ocean. No, you literally find her body. She's like cut to pieces, and I think they make an effigy of her. You actually find her body at the bottom of the harbor. Maybe it changes between each one, because I saw her out in the desert, and it's like undebatably her. My main MV is a Nomad, but second one was Corpo FV and was pretty dope using Corpo dialogue. Yeah, like I said, I like Corpo. Who I must have missed that. The Militech chick you have to talk to in regards to, yeah, we do get monk. The Militech chick you have to talk to in regards to getting the spider bot from the Maelstrom. They should add it where you can call your friends and have fun like in GTA. I don't want that. A lot of people want GTA and Cyberpunk. I don't want that. I want it to be like more Witcher 3. Mara sleeps with the fishes if you don't help her out. I swear to God, I've seen her in the desert. Like I have seen her in the desert where like, yeah, she's like cut to pieces and like basically splayed out everywhere. So I don't know if maybe it's something that changes or maybe it's certain conditions based on how you fuck them over, but I know for a fact I've seen her in the desert. Watched the original Devilman dub recently, and holy shit, if you have not seen it, please do watch it. Past it from laughter. Yeah, I've seen the Devilman dub. And yeah, it has all the cheesy voice acting, them trying to curse all the time. It's like, yeah. I don't see it Cyberpunk like GTA. So that's exactly what some people wanted. That's why they get so pissed off that, you know, like, the cops weren't as fun. It's like, well, you're not really supposed to run around committing crimes. It's a basic crime system like what Witcher 3 had, but they weren't expecting you to do it. Which you can argue, like, hey, that's a problem, but, you know, it is what it is. To me, it's kind of like committing crime in like, an Elder Scrolls game. It's like, you can do it, but I don't know. It feels like intentionally poking at a system you know is not going to be fleshed out near as much as it should be. Cyberpunk shouldn't be GTA or New Vegas 2. That's what I feel, yeah. It's like, no, you're arguing for something different than what you're getting, because CD Projekt Red did the Witcher series, so it's going to be Witcher. You want me to take my shoes off? I don't give a shit. Yeah, I love it. Oh god. Ow. Ow. Holy fuck. Ow. Oh my god. I mean, the 90s Devilman isn't a great dub, but still better than a lot of modern translations. Eh, it's just goofy. I heard a complaint more than once that Cyberpunk bad because it doesn't have a Hollywood-style happy ending. That's a Nomad ending. The Nomad ending is just, like, explicitly the happiest. Ew. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we ran straight into a Beastman trap, so we're gonna get fucked up. Is the bunny a brawler? Yeah, she's a pugilist. And I've learned the hard way that DPS can dish it out, but it cannot take it, so... Fuck it, go for gold. Ow. Nomad's literally driving off to the sunset with your waifu. Exactly, it's like, it is the happiest ending. Though personally, I like Don't Fear the Reaper the most. Because that is the most fuck you ending. Okay. Violence Jack anime is strange. Well, Violence Jack in general is weird. A lot of the Go Nagai stuff that isn't Devilman can dip into just being straight up weird. You sure you don't need me to come in and tank for you? No, it'll be fine. You just gotta be sneaky. We're explicitly in an area full of like over-leveled stuff. I mean, these are like level 40, and we're only just now level 30. Nomad star endings. You have 6 months to live, but you got a chance to fix that. Yeah, and you get to be with people who you care about and get a new family and all that. Nomad ending. Your friend's still dead, and you're still dead. You just don't know it. Your friends are not dead. It's just some of the major figures in the Nomad clan are dead. But they explicitly do it in a way of like, hey, make it worth it, you know? It's all Devilman-related cycles. Yeah, and that's kind of one thing that annoyed me about it. It's like, I get it's a cycle and it's building a larger mythos, but dude, I got so fucking tired of... And then humanity went extinct. It's like, okay. Like, Devilman Lady had the weirdest twist to that, where at least it's like, oh yeah, you were Satan's lover, and so she betrays mankind and, like, helps Satan fight the war with the angels. And I think they still die. Devilman, everything died at the end. Yeah. It's like, it got a little repetitive. It's like, it doesn't have to be a happy ending, but goddamn, can it just not... Can it not just be 30 fucking variations of, and then humanity died? No, she was Satan. No. I thought it was, I thought Devilman Lady, she was Satan's lover. Because it still had Rio, or Rio, whatever his fucking name is. And she was going to kill him, and then her memories came back, and it's like, oh no, you were actually Satan's lover, and so she, like, betrayed humanity for him. It's fun listening to the guards lose their shit during Don't Fear the Reaper ending. Yeah, it was awesome. Okay, Devilman Lady was half Satan. It could have been, yeah, they were like two separate halves, yeah. Cutie Honey is fun. Yeah, and it's fun when you consider the guy who made it. How many different versions of Devilman are there? A lot. There's been a lot of reboots. Even complains about how the devils and Devilman are mistreated. My brother in Christ, every time one of them exists, humanity goes extinct. It's not the devils, it's the Devilmen. Demons themselves are fucking evil. It's, people who are pure of heart, you know, like, people who are, like, good, can fuse with a demon and still maintain control, so they weaponize a demon against demons. It just so happens the one Kira has is really fucking powerful. It's okay, Loli. You'll eventually loop into the SMT timelines where humanity's only slightly less fucked by the end. Yeah. Oh, Phantom Liberty that you have more customizations, like a full cybernetic armor, metal skin, like that one pop star I meet in the Golden Clips at Arasaka. I imagine, yeah, because that's they're doing a patch that's going to overhaul a whole bunch of stuff. They probably will. Have you played The Somnium Files? If not, good game, and recommend. I have not. I'll check that out. Think any of the Phantom Liberty endings will lead into Orion 2077 sequel? I don't know. Possibly? But I don't think they should focus on a sequel right now. I think they should focus on getting the game to the 1.0 100%. This is what we want it to be state. Because announcing a sequel now is a bad idea. Reading Going to Guy's work is like watching Beetlejuice. I watched it 178 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time. Yeah. I mean, you can like a lot of Going to Guy's stuff. A lot of people genuinely like the lore and like how each cycle plays into the next one of Devilman. I get that. It's just to me it gets to a point of like, okay, it's more about the big picture stuff instead of the characters, and I like the characters. You know, I like characters. I like people having an impact, you know. I don't give a shit when anyone says having a single guy go from, you know, being a nobody to saving the fucking world and, like, changing everything forever. I like that. You know? Make him feel like he fucking matters. Well, Devilman Ladies literally reset world because God wanted to be a dick, at least for laughing. Here's your dead boyfriend, but this just started your torment here. Yeah, that's it. The larger lore of Devilman plays into more of the actual, like, basically a chess game between heaven and hell. So I get it. It's just one of those of like, eh. If it all has the same ending, I kind of just, you know, roll my eyes at it. I can enjoy a Devilman thing out of context where, like, I just want to read Devilman or I want to read Devilman Lady again. But I'm never going to, like, binge through the entire series. If I do that, I think I just start resenting it out of principle. You know? Because I think even Demon Lord Dante had an ending where, like, fucking everyone died. CDPR went very woke to long-term mismanagement since before Witcher 3. I won't say they're very woke, but they are very much staring the barrel down of it. We will see when Phantom Liberty comes out. That will be our test line of it, of like, okay, how bad is it? How bad is it getting? Is it past the point of reason? Devilman Lady getting raped as a constant, was weird though, made me put it down. That's Going to Guy. Horny motherfucker. Horny motherfucker. Violence Jack was all about him, you know, going through the wasteland, saving women from being raped, and then having sex with said women. Very pulpy. I don't blame bleak endings, but they have to have actual weight and meaning. Yeah, and I say, Devilman does do it in a way of like, hey, there is more going on here. You just have to kind of dig to it, dig through it, and kind of piece it together. I don't want to do that, though. It's like, I don't want to. Demon Lord Dante was prototype Devilman. Devilman was Corporal Lord, Demon Lord Dante. Yeah. That's what I mean, where I think it had the same ending, where I think everyone died in that, too. Mr. Bird 7 for 10 fake money. Sorry to bring it back up to the Berserk talk, but I just finished Second Deluxe, and wondering which one is more worth putting time into, the manga or anime. Manga. That is the definitive experience for everything that's supposed to be there is there. Anime cut a bunch of stuff out, and by the time you catch up to it, you've watched Golden Age 3 times. If you want to sit down through Berserk 2016 and 17, you miss a whole bunch of context. Like, just read the manga. Like Ridgefist says, go broke, get woke. After lost creative people, they're desperate for investors. That is true. ESG. Damn, Violence Jack sounds kind of based. Yeah, Violence Jack's a lot of fun. That's actually one of the big inspirations for Berserk, where Berserk outright sort of pays tribute / references Violence Jack, where Jack's big thing is he's a big, scary-looking motherfucker, but he's actually a good dude, and he carries this huge-ass knife, like a huge buck knife, and uses it to kill demons. And they make a lot of references to, like, man, that knife is so big, only he can use it. And the Dragon Slayer is referenced all the time as being a sword so big, only Guts can use it. And it's also a Devilman cycle. Yeah, the very end just becomes a Devilman sequel, yeah. A full-blown sequel, where I think that's kind of why I have an appreciation for Violence Jack, even if it's not perfect, because at least it's one where Amon gets to fucking win. And he's like, fuck you, Satan. It's like, there we go. I mean, he's a VA, of course he's not talking about Pro ZD, yeah. Ugh. There we go. I knew about Jack's connection to Berserk. Yeah. I say, that's one of the more blatant ones. Miura was a big Go Nagai fan. That's why Berserk has a bunch of horror stuff in it. That's why, yeah, I love the little victory music. Yeah, it has a bunch of horror stuff in it. You know, demons, you know, the Demon Lord Dante, Devilman, Violence Jack influence. The whole idea of, like, oh, your best friend's actually Satan, you know, where, that was the whole thing with Griffith, where For those that don't know, in Devilman, the main character, a guy by the name of Akira, is really good friends with a guy by the name of Rio. By the end of Devilman, it's revealed Rio was Satan, and he was manipulating mankind to start Armageddon. Berserk is obviously very similar in that Griffith becomes the Antichrist and becomes a god hand and starts fucking with humanity. But the difference is, Devilman ends with that, where Akira loses and he dies, and his only real way of getting revenge is Rio started to genuinely care about him. So Satan has to feel the guilt of a murder he caused for the first time in his entire existence. And God repeats that over and over again in each cycle. And there's different variations of it. And Berserk, the story kind of begins with the betrayal, and ever since you see the consequences of it. So, not today, Satan. Going to guy's just too nihilistic. Gets boring after a while. I wouldn't even say he's nihilistic. I think he's just genuinely into apocalypse stuff. I hope we don't have to interact with Sphere Hunter too much in Phantom Liberty. I swear to God, if we are allowed to, we will stream it and we will run her over with our car. I promise. I promise. It'll be like Jesse Cox, where we just sit in the car and let him burn to death with his cock on fire. God damn, YouTube wants to choke to fucking death right now. Off topic, I really respect for Serpico the fact that the fucker looks at Guts' enormous fucking blade and is still like, I'm gonna kill you, mofo, despite odds. And he knows he'll probably lose. He knows he'll probably lose, but he's so pissed off at what happened to Farnese, he doesn't care. I got you this time, Satan. Now you had to feel bad about killing me. Yeah, it's like the one little bit of revenge Akira has. It's the fact that now Satan has to go through all of eternity feeling bad over somebody he killed. Which, yeah, for Satan is pretty fucking major. With Burning Crotch Guy with Jesse Cox. Yeah. Is Sphere Hunter actually in Cyberpunk? She's going to be in the new expansion, yeah. What did Guts do to Farnese that got him pissy again? It wasn't really what he... Well, okay, it kind of was what he did to her. At first, when they tried to capture him, he killed a bunch of their friends, then kidnapped her, traumatized her, because Serpico didn't know it, but they were attacked by demons, and she was horrified. She got possessed by a demon and came onto Guts and, like, stripped naked and like, tried to fuck him. Serpico showed up later and thought that Guts was forcing himself onto Farnese. And ever since then, he was like, I'll fucking kill you if I see you again. And then later on, when they actually had to become the party and became friends, he started to hate Guts out of a sense of, like, the longer we're with you, the more she's in danger, and she will not stop following you because she's obsessed with you. I would rather you fucking die so we can go home. Gantz does nihilism good because it's over the top, more for dark comedy rather than for edgy misanthrope. Yeah. Hiroya Oku has such a weird sense of humor. It's to the point where a lot of people, I don't think they really even understand it's meant to be humor. Because you look at, like, you'll look on, like, a manga site and you look for Gantz. It always says, like, action, horror, sci-fi, tragedy, you know, like, every tag except comedy. And then you read through Gantz and it has some of the weirdest, funniest shit. You know, like the guy who has to, like, become a black guy and he, like, goes full blackface or shit like that. I mean, it does get serious. People do die in pretty fucked up ways, but it also has so many just goofy moments. Like the guy finding out that, like, one of the school bullies was going to try to, like, jump him and then beat the shit out of him and fuck him up the ass. So he just jumps him in the bathroom and beats the shit out of him while he's taking a dump. Like, that's just fucking stupid and weird in the best way possible. If Guts was a lesser man, he would have become Farnese's bull. Guts on his way to get bodied by Femto and loses recently healed baby mama. Yeah. Was the dog eating out that white girl only in the anime, or is that also in the manga? That was in the manga. As stated, Hiroyu Oku has just such a fucking weird sense of humor. One of the jokes that did not make it into Gantz 0 was when the shape-shifting alien becomes the giant naked lady made out of other naked ladies. One of the people that joined the game that was with the main characters dies because he strips naked and tries to fuck it, and he gets eaten by it. I'm not even kidding. That is something he actually does. For, like, no reason, too. It's just because he could. There we go. Gotta actually be used to using this AoE thing. It'll help. There we go. I think Farney just wants that. Yeah. I mean, she clearly likes Guts. It's something they've made abundantly clear. She has some affection for the man. The whole, like, oh, it's just hero worship like Casca. I think that's kind of cope. He was a brave man. He was. Giant naked lady man of other naked ladies. Something I never thought I'd hear. It's in Gantz. Check it out. It's the Osaka arc. As stated, Hiroyoku is just a fucking weirdo, and I love him. His shit's not the best. Some of it's kind of mid, but it's just so weird and inventive. It's like, you know what? I gotta respect it, just that sheer creativity. Yeah. I would have done the same. I will never forgive Anthony Cumia for being responsible for Chick Man thinking Sphere Hunter was a chick for years by paying for a tit job. Okay, they're all dead. Gantz is that fine line between disturbing and comedic. That's the best way to put it, yeah. Like, some of it is just so weird you just laugh for the sake of it. Others get genuinely pretty fucked up. The way the grandma and the little kid die is actually, like, kind of disturbing. Because, like, the little kid's crying that he just wants to go home, and the grandma's just holding him while the aliens scream in their ear and explode their brains. It's like, oh, God. And they don't even really get to avenge them, either. That's the fucked up part. Barney says Stockholm Syndrome. That's the way you can look at it, but I think it's grown. I think it has legitimately grown beyond Stockholm Syndrome, because she could have left at any time when the party began. It's funny that Oku put in vampires in Gantz, but after Osaka, he literally throws them out of the plot and never sees them again. Yeah, there was a decent chunk of time where it actually looked like the main villains of Gantz was going to be the fucking... Oh, tap my mic. Where we're going to be the fucking vampires, and then past a point, just double down on the aliens. And honestly, I think that's better. Because, like, the vampires would have been cool, but, just how weird he got with the aliens, and, like, it got to the point where the design of the aliens just flat out stopped making sense. It went from, like, oh, they're based off, like, Japanese demons. Oh, you have, like, the robot bird people that disguise themselves as this obscure Japanese comedian. Stuff like that, where it's a simple enough to follow joke to flat out, no, they look like Hieronymus Bosch paintings. And you're like, what the fuck is that? Playing Pugilist. Yeah. Trying out an actual DPS class, because I haven't done that before. And it's hard. It's harder than I remember. I still believe deep down Serpico's feelings for her despite that, but he obviously will never act on it, though. I respect the man too much to believe he wants to fuck his sister. I think he just wants to be a good brother. Fierce apathetic Black Q for $1. Domain universe had good and bad demons, shape-shifting humans, the apostles, and Berserk universe. I wouldn't even say good and bad demons. It's more of like the Devilmen could control demons. Because they made it pretty clear demons were pretty fucking awful. I wish they hadn't killed off the Lara Croft cosplayer in their first Gantz mission. I feel I could have done more with that character. That is something I will say about Gantz. It tends to introduce cool concepts for characters and then kill them off way too fast. Wolfire54, $5. Hey, Lolly, just got into reading Chainsaw Man. Am I supposed to find it funny, sad, or wholesome? Denji eats Makima. Like, I know he's crazy, but still. He just spoiled a major aspect of Chainsaw Man for a lot of people, but, you know. Yeah, Gantz was good, and it came out of nowhere a little bit. Maybe I'm missing something. I think he got rushed. I think that's the story behind it. I think he got rushed. And yeah, the ending arc was kind of like, oh, now you have to go fight the big bad guy. It's like, What big bad guy? Like, there was never really much build up to a main villain. It was kind of like the big implication throughout the entire series is that they were playing a fucked up alien game show where basically, you know, they were doing it for entertainment. They were doing it like it was literally like Killing Floor. It was Killing Floor, but it was meant to be kind of like a. Okay, what would actually be a pretty good one here? Yeah, we'll go with the body. Yeah, it was meant to be kind of like a not serious thing. To everyone else, it was super serious. Because holy shit, you will fucking die. But everyone else, like the aliens watching and Gantz itself, the actual ball, they didn't care. Like, they poked fun at people. They outright said, like, oh, haha, you'll die first. You know, shit like that. Alien snuff show. Basically, that's kind of the implication behind a lot of it. The implication was it was quite literally an alien snuff show. Serpico has a sister complex. That doesn't mean he wants to fuck his sister. Like I said, I respect the man too much to believe he wants to fuck her in any way, shape, or form. They brought characters back just to kill them off to prove a point. Shit pissed me off. Yeah, as stated, like, that kind of dipped a little bit too much into trolling the audience. It's like, man, some of the people that died were legitimately pretty fucking cool. Like, the two main guys dying and coming back, I was fine with. The chick, though, the short-haired chick that, what's his face? Not main guy, but the best friend, who actually was, like, more of a Chad. He actually loved her. I always felt bad that she just kind of gets written off. Like, obviously she dies, but then you find out, no, but the actual original version of her is alive. It's one of those weird fuck-ups where the clone is made even though the person technically didn't die. I was always kind of sad that he never tried to, like, start a relationship with her or mention her again. Because I liked her. I genuinely liked that character a lot. And the way she dies, I was like, man, that fucking sucks. That's so fucking tragic, you know. You know, especially with that guy, you know, the second protag of the series. I'm blanking on his name, but he's so fucking cool. Kishimoto, she sucked. I liked her. She was a straight up bitch. I think you're thinking of someone else, because Kishimoto wasn't a bitch. She was actually very, like, meek and shy. But yeah, you know, it's like, you know, I always thought she was really cool, and I was kind of sad the way they kind of just get rid of her, because there was a lot of potential behind her. And like I said, you know, second protag dude was really fucking cool. Yeah, Kato, that was it. Yeah, he's so fucking cool. Gantz Zero, which is the movie version of the Osaka arc, made him the fucking protagonist. Because, you know, they're like, hey, main guy takes a while before he becomes cool, and you don't want to sell people on him, because if they start Gantz because of this movie, they're going to be like, oh my fucking god, he is a whiny little pussy. Why would I ever watch this? Because they didn't realize that by the time you get to Osaka, he is matured enough to where he actually is legitimately cool. But Kato is cool from the get-go. Her character is even worse in the manga. I'm telling you, I think you're thinking of somebody else, because Kishimoto was actually pretty chill. She was very meek. You know, she was very shy. If you're talking about the way she treats the main guy, well, I mean, main guy treats her like shit. Old dude was too good. He went out like a top G. Yeah, old dude was awesome. Giant karate guy was awesome. I loved him, and I loved his relationship with the little kid, where he is such a dick to the little kid, and then he finds out, like, yeah, my mom's boyfriend beat me to death, and like, the minute he heard that, he's like, I've been a fucking asshole. I love having no idea what the discussion's about, but so much shit. Gantz is a lot of fun. It's not for everyone, but if it clicks with you, basically the way I describe it to people is, think Power Rangers meets Killing Floor. You have to have a very deranged sense of humor to really click with it. Not negative or thing about the same person. Tits, she sucked. Kay did nothing wrong, just wanted some poontang. No, she had every right to be like, holy shit, fuck off. Because she made it very clear. She likes the buddy. She likes the friend. Like, Kay was kind of being pushy and, like, literally only invited her into his house so he could fuck her. It's like, main dude in the beginning is kind of a piece of shit. I really like about Gantz that Kato is one of the few legitimately good people in a cynical setting. Instead of tearing him down, he brings everyone else with him, including the MC. Yeah, that's one thing I really like. Like, Kato remains a fucking badass. Like, beginning of the series, he deals with so much shit. You know, he has to deal with the Gantz games, along with trying to protect his little brother from being abused. He has to do so much shit, and then as the series goes on, you know, he has to do more and more and more. And I love all the moments where he's like finally cracks and snaps at Kay, where it's like, shut the fuck up and help me. Stop being a fucking pussy. You know, I love those moments. Because, you know, Kato is such a nice dude. He let Kay get away with a lot of shit. So those moments where he gets legitimately angry and is like, do you have any idea how much this is fucking our lives up? They're interesting. And yeah, the fact that, like, he himself had people he really cared about that died. Because Kay, you see how much it fucks him up. You know, he has the love interest girl, the actual love interest girl, the one with the dark hair, the model. I don't remember her name. She shows up in Gantz 0. But, if I remember right, she died, like, once or twice. And that fucked him up for a while. And then you look at Kato, who's like, yeah, he had to watch fucking, you know, tits die in his arms. And it's like, man, that fucked him up something bad. Second MC got the single mom that had the job making hentai. That is true, yeah. He ended up getting a pretty damn good girl along with it. But it's like, man, I feel so bad for Kishimoto. I do, but I don't, because she actually kind of had a pretty good ending. Her clone died, but the actual her, she survived her suicide attempt and got to live and got to do her own thing. Yeah, Corona's piece of shit at the beginning, but after the temple and gets into a relationship with Tai, he actually becomes a pretty good character. Yeah. I like Kai's teacher, who is an anime-only character. Some of the anime-only stuff wasn't too bad, but, like, man, I just don't like Season 2. I just don't like Season 2. I really like the way Gantz 0 looked. Wish more 3D anime looked like that. It is good. That's what happens when you just dedicate to the CG art style. To try and, you know, make it half and half of, oh, it's trying to look like an anime, but it's also CG. Because that can go bad. Oh yeah, it pissed me off that old man in spoilers, one of the few Gantz characters that doesn't come back. Yeah, as stated, you can feel that certain characters just directly get fucked over. Like, the chick that, Kay starts banging right before the first big slaughter. Where obviously you have the Cabbage Man mission where everybody except Kay, Kishimoto, and Kato die. Then you have the arc right after the Bird Temple, where it's not the Bird Temple, but the Bird People. It's like that's one of the temple ones. They had like multiple temples, but where he had like the shape-shifting statue and it like could spit acid and fire lasers and shit. The chick that Kay bangs right before that, I actually liked her a lot, and I felt really bad the way she goes out because like, man, she was actually legit pretty fucking cool. And I liked her whole, like, tomboy, delinquent girl aesthetics thing. So, the way she just gets fucking murked, like, man, that fucking sucked. Masamune for $2. So, Loli, what do you think of Mushiko Tensei? I'm starting to resent it on principle. I'm starting to fucking resent it on principle. So many people fucking talk about it. It's like, I'm not falling for the isekai shit again. I'm not. Everyone said Slime was so fucking good. It's like, oh, Reincarnated Slime does things differently, and I watch it, and by, like, the fucking 4th episode, he's a king, and everyone loves him. It's like, ah! Also, Corona going from an insufferable horny bastard to an actual legitimate hero and leader. Thought the manga was so well done. Yeah. It does have good characters. Anybody know about that manga where the kid's mom was a manga artist? He might want to pound his mom. Talking about Corona too, with how Reika died. They ain't original Kai. Original Kai stuck with Tai even after Reika was basically trying to get her to date her banger. Maybe I'm thinking, I don't know. You mean rip off Laura Croft? Yeah, her. Like I said, I liked her. She was awesome. Phoenix Game for 2 hours. You gonna finish SAO anytime soon? I don't know. The bit I watched, I was like, it was fine. Even the second one, the Elfhelm Online, where everyone's like, oh, that's where it got really bad. It's like, it's some basic incest stuff. I was more just bored throughout SAO than anything. I know the spinoff, it was like Gun Gale Alliance Alternative is coming out, and that's the only piece of sword art material I think is unironically good. because it focuses on the part of Sword Art that, you know, I think the series kind of need to focus on more than the life and death shit, which is, hey, people just want to play a fucking video game. Oh god. Other guys on that raid were pretty strong, but they fasted some broken aliens. Yeah. I say, like, there are moments in Gantz where, like, the group has a pretty good dynamic. They know exactly what they're doing now. They feel like they're confident in the game, and then boom, they get fucking smacked in the back of the head with a golf club because something happens they never saw coming. That's kind of like a common thing in Gantz, where like, oh no, we got it this time, and then boom, they don't got it. It's like they explicitly don't got it. My favorite part of SAO was when it ended. Don't you fucking lie to us, Loli, man. You only like it because MC's a tall college girl with huge tits and image issues. That's a factor, but, like, also the fact that, once again, you don't have Kirito, because I don't like Kirito. Meme shit aside, where like, everyone doesn't like Kirito and they think he's a wiener. It's like, I just think Kirito's a wiener. I don't like, you know, my overpowered MC of, like, oh, I've secretly been playing this game for like, hundreds of hours. I don't like that shit. You know, I like seeing a character, like, yeah, they're fucking, you know, forced to be reckoned with when they're angry, but that doesn't mean they're invincible, you know? Like, I will fucking suck Guts' dick all day long, specifically because when the man's angry, you feel like you pissed off a fucking werewolf, but you can still break his bones. You can still fuck him up. You can still, you know, knock him unconscious to where after the fight, he's, like, struggling not to die. You know, that kind of shit. You know, you need to feel like there's an equal exchange of blows. Oh god. He's in Gun Gale. Yeah, he's on Gun Gale Online. I'm talking about Gun Gale Online Alternative, which is the spinoff. Ugh. Ugh. Oh god, we can't use that skill because we're level limited. And being OP in the game makes him even more pathetic in real life. Yeah. But that's the thing. They still treat as he's unironically cool. It's like, no, he's not, though. That's where I'm okay with, like, you know, Kay and Gantz being a fucking wiener, because he gets better. He gets better, and, like, you actually see he's a little bit fucking crazy and is willing to literally rip his fucking limbs off to kill certain aliens. Like, you know, there is an appeal to the character barely gets out alive and still wins. Ugh. That's also one of the reasons I like Ippo so much. Because, you know, Hajime no Ippo has a ton of fights where Ippo gets the fucking shit beat out of him, and he's still able to do enough damage to where the other guy's legitimately afraid of losing. Like, the fucking, the first fight he lost, I think it was the, God, what was his fucking name? It's like one of my favorite farts. One of my favorite fights. I think it was like the Madarame fight. Let me look it up. Yeah. No, Date. I remember the name as soon as I was typing it in. The Date fight where Ippo gets fucking traumatized by that, and he's like, man, I lost. I can't believe I fucking lost, because it was the first fight he actually lost. Then you find out Date is like, holy shit, that kid almost won. Wolfire 54 $2. Where would Saitama and Alucard fall in OPMC? Saitama, it's explicitly played for a joke. Like, it is a comedy. Alucard is Dracula. So you don't know if you can actually trust him or not. Favorite brap. Yeah, I love the Date fight. It's so much fun. What are your thoughts on the new NPC fetish? I did not expect it to actually be a thing. Like, I heard it was, like, just a meme thing. It's like, oh, haha, people have an NPC fetish. Then apparently it turns out it's not ironic. I understand why you like Guts' vulnerability. Personally, I don't see it. I'm not really worried for Guts. You know he's not going to die because he's the main character, but that's not what I'm talking about, you know? People have this issue where they either want it to be completely OP motherfucker who's never challenged, or you never know who's going to die and the protagonist can switch at any time. There is a middle ground where you can legitimately be afraid the main character can get fucked up, even if you know they're not going to die. There is a middle ground. You know, it's one of the reasons why you know, you have a lot of really good protagonists in a lot of classic anime where, yeah, Kenshiro's OP as fuck, but there's also moments later on in the series where motherfucker could legit get his ass whooped and die. You know, you're not necessarily, you're not expecting it to happen, but that little, you know, tickle in the back of your mind of like, but could it though, you know? You know, even if you know they're gonna win, you know, it's why I hated the criticism of, you know, like, people talk about, like, the John Wick movies. There's the criticism of, like, oh, well, John gets the shit beat out of him, and he gets up and walks away, you know, and what the fuck? That's not what would happen. It's like, motherfucker, you know he's not going to die. He's the protagonist. It's the fact that even with all the shit thrown at him and how much he gets his ass whooped and how many windows he's thrown through, he can get back up and keep fighting. That's the fun. You know, it's the back and forth, the whole, like, could he not, you know? It's like, yeah, of course he's not going to fucking die. He's the main character. You know, that's not inherently a problem. The problem is when it gets to the point where he just is not challenged at all and he never feels that, like, oh, fuck, but I could die, though. Gantz is unironically better than most DC Marvel comics. It is really good. Just sheer unbridled creativity. Hellsing puts an interesting spin on the looking for a good fight trope in anime. Yeah, where Alucard's just looking for someone to kill him. And all of his enemies get it wrong, where it's like, well, if I get more vampire power, or if I get this and you get that, and it's like, no, all it takes is a man who is not afraid. You know, just someone who will look him in the eye and go, I'll fuck you up, Dracula. That is all he wants. Because the only man to have ever killed him actually did that. It didn't matter they had all these godlike powers, it just took a single man go, no, but I could fucking take you. It's a thriller like when the main character don't want to be caught in a horror movie. Yeah. That's why, like, Kengan, there's no such thing as plot armor, and even the MC main rival character can lose. Yeah. People also forgetting that John Wick 2 and 3 it's only been a few weeks and his stitches and wounds aren't healed yet. Yeah. That's why I like to interpret the ending of John Wick 4. It's like all the pain of past movies finally gets to him when he falls over. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of why I'm like, I'm okay with there not being a John Wick 5. Let it end. He got to have his... He gets to ride off into the sunset in his own unique way. They're beaten and bruised, but still takes a W. Yeah, exactly. That's what I like. Demon Slayer gets to the point of, like... Demon Slayer gets to the point where Tanjiro gets so fucked up and injured, I can only blame it on him being a fucking moron. But at least it still is a fight and it is a struggle. Even if I genuinely don't like Tanjiro as a character and I think he's boring as fuck. But, like, hey, at least that has a creative fight, you know. There we go. If Lolly went to work, come home with a 1,000 Island stare because he's fat. I actually want to read something with Zero Hope, Gantz Berserknian, and manga version of Blood Meridian. Well, there's plenty of that. Like, there's plenty of nihilistic manga out there. I don't like Zero Hope shit, because, I mean, that to me just gets to the point of, like, oh, okay, stop jerking yourself off. There we go. For me, the spectacle Demon Slayer carries, and I like it. My biggest issue with Alucard and Hellsing, even with that logic, is the guy's so busted you can't really kill him, and then he takes Schrodinger's powers and such, becomes God of War. Yeah, I can definitely see where people go like, oh my god, this is like the edgiest tryhard shit ever. Because admittedly, Hellsing can get pretty fucking edgy at times. Like, just to the point of like, unironically, 3 Days Grace AMV. I still like it as just sheer dumb fun, though. But I do get what you mean. The Dead will purge for $5. What are your thoughts on the sexual assault demon plus RG33 fan dubs? What do you mean sexual assault demon? Like demons that rape people? Because, I mean, yeah, that's part and parcel of a lot of horror stuff. And RG34 fan dubs. I've never seen anything like that. I feel Tanjiro gets hurt due to him being the young one in the ring. Even Hashira ends up crippled or dead when they fight a serious demon. Well, a lot of time they get injured because they have to fucking save Tanjiro's ass. And it wouldn't be a problem. It's just Tanjiro never feels like he grows. Like, he always does some training arc, and then he meets a demon that just so happens to be above what he just trained at, so it feels kind of pointless. Dr. Yalden for 10 fake monies. Just because Guts is the main, he's literally falling apart. Right eye gone, left eye going blind, right hand shaking uncontrollably, left arm eaten. Guts is falling apart, not to mention his mental issues. Exactly. You know, and you just see this recent arc with how Griffith came in and fucked him up without even having to touch him. It's like there is more interesting conflict than just the main character could die or not. It's like we don't need to... There's a middle ground between Isekai power fantasy and Game of Thrones. Well, the new chapter of Berserk, newest chapter, Chainsaw Man, Denji gets his dick touched by the literal sexual assault demon. Oh, yeah, talking about that, yeah. People are finding out that, once again, Fujimoto has a fucked up sense of humor. I liked that, because it's such a dark twist on what Denji's wanted the whole time. It's like, he's wanted a girlfriend, and he wanted to touch boobs and get laid, and now he has a fucking, you know, rape demon touching him without his consent. I didn't click with it at first because I hear sexual assault demon and I'm like, okay, which one? I'm referring to the new girl in Chainsaw Man chapter, La Puta, RG33. Is that her name? Because I haven't read that chapter yet. I know about her and I know what happened, but... I'd say Integra and Ceres are more like the protagonists of Hellsing, like how Liu Kang is the MC in Mortal Kombat, but people come for Scorpion and Sub-Zero. That is true, but Alucard also has a lot of screen time. So, I do understand when people go like, hey, but Alucard is just a fucking, like, OP motherfucker who, you know, he can never die and he's this and that. I do definitely agree. Ceres and yeah. There we go. Yeah. Ceres is definitely the protagonist, though. Yeah. Because she also does a lot of shit. Integra is and is not. She's a very, very prominent character. Like, kind of all three of them are protagonists. Ceres, Integra, and Alucard. Because, yeah. Ceres is the one that actually has to, like, get fucking good at being a vampire. And I do genuinely like the way her arc ends. The way she fucks up the Nazi chick, I fucking love that. It's one of the reasons why I genuinely love the Hellsing Ultimate dub. The dub is actually really fucking good. And the chick who plays Ceres is able to kind of cover both ends of being goofy anime girl, and when she gets pissed off, she's actually scary. Like, the way she, like, just grinds the fucking Nazi chick's head into paste and goes, how do you like it when someone fucks with your head? It's like, okay, that's pretty good. and I love the chick who plays Integra. She was awesome. Ugh. I'm dying to know your thoughts on Mushiko Tensei. Why is everyone fucking simping for that anime? I'm not falling for the fucking Isekai trap. Konosuba Season 3 already fucking got announced. I don't need any more. I think the arc of Alucard wanting to die balances out how busted he is, at least not at least. Not at least. A bit at least. Yeah, I understand that. As to, I like Alucard and I think he's awesome, but I also understand when people go like, holy shit, he is way too fucking broken. Hellsing Ultimate gave me a boner for British blonde women. It accomplished the impossible. Ceres is basically Hellsing's version of Farnese. Not really. It's more of like, more just the general, you know, lackey follower main girl type trope. Stream tomorrow? Well, not tomorrow, because technically it's Friday. Yeah, we crossed midnight, but fuck you, I still count it. But yeah, we'll still do one Saturday. Kind of sucks the prequel manga never got finished for Hellsing. Did it not get finished? I don't know. I didn't really keep up with the prequel. I think because I was waiting for more stuff to come out. All I'm saying is when I see Guts go through the worst, it's hard for me to feel the thrill anymore, so I love Berserk. I still much prefer it. I still much prefer it to, and then nothing could ever touch Guts again because he could just go full Berserker armor. Like, no, I still like seeing him get his ass kicked. Because it makes the like, the reason it works for me is because it makes the moments where Guts goes on a rampage and just becomes death incarnate that much more sweet. Like, yeah, you can see Guts is still vulnerable and get fucked up, but the minute he's able to turn the tables on you, he is the scariest thing to ever walk the planet. You know, you need to have both. There we go. Hellsing the Dawn never got finished. Oh, yeah, that kind of sucks. Still Thursday where I'm at, so Loli's right. Yeah, there you go. Hellsing Ultimate like the Berserk movies compared to the manga. I was a little confused on what the Germans were trying and why he was a robot. No, if anything, Ultimate's actually kind of closer to the manga than the original anime. Because the original one from like the 90s, it had to put in a bunch of filler stuff because it kept catching up to the manga. Yeah, no, Ultimate's actually kind of closer to what was intended. It still skips over some stuff, but like, no. A lot of what happens is just what happens. Where's the guy who donated $200 for a Loli review or a Monogatari? Or a Monogatari? We need him to donate again so I'll be forced to watch Mushoku Tensei. All I'm gonna say is like, yeah, it's another fucking isekai. It's like I don't get the hype. I don't understand what people see in this. Like I swear to God, it'll be like, oh no, it's totally unlike anything else, and then I start it, and it's like, and then he became a millionaire overnight. I'm like, God fucking damn it. By the way, should we expect your new video out being out after the Saturday stream? It depends. I might be able to get more done Friday than I think, but it just kind of depends. Because I am close to finishing it. But what I'm mainly worried about is copyright, because it likes to throw tantrums sometimes, and especially for movies that you wouldn't even expect. So I'm like, okay, is it really going to freak out that bad with this movie? Because I'll see what I can get away with. Yeah, the OG anime ended up with Integra getting arrested for some reason. Alucard impales some African vampire. Yeah, Integra being arrested especially is super weird because, like, it's like, man, she is so fucking beyond that. Like, she works with, like, shadow governments, so if they ever want to, like, fuck her over, they just kill her. Which is what they do in Ultimate. They just directly try to kill her. You know, because they have all the fucking vampires raid the Hellsing compound. Nice Hellsing is too much filler and obviously way better animation. Yeah, the hand-drawn. Ultimate has some pretty good fucking animation, though. Ew. Okay, so we just go back. Okay. And we're close enough anyway. Who cares? Have you watched Angel Beats? A long-ass time ago, but yes. That is a good one. It is one of the ones where if you ever want to make yourself sad, that's a pretty good one. Tell me about copyright. Reviewed Vampire Hunter D, nothing. Scooby-Doo Zombie Island, 15 copyright claims blocking me. It's super fucking weird. Especially since rules can change between each one. Where, like, you can use a 5-second clip for one movie. Then another movie, you get dinged for multiple spots that are completely different, edited together. It'll treat it as one long clip. Even though it's like, motherfucker, these are from completely different points in the movie. Alucard killed an Egyptian vampire. Yeah. I say they did a bunch of, like, filler stuff. Giga Chad for $1. What if instead of the Bailiff, Griffith gets the mask from the mask, the sacrifice are all in the style of a Looney Tunes cartoon? Griffith says smoking. Casca is sucked into a tornado and she's tossed out with messy hair and naked, covered in spunk. Slimy Skeleton for $2 didn't tell me what the fucking NPC fetish thing was. Exactly what it is. People on TikTok are pretending to be NPCs from like Oblivion. Ew. If you were the head director of Berserk anime with a high budget, what would you do for the Berserker scenes? Just fight scenes in general. I'd adapt them as they were in the fucking, you know, manga. With, you know, high pace and nice fluid stuff. You know, make it look like a 90s anime, like fucking Ninja Scroll or some shit. Like how the anime version tried to show how other true vampires who don't go on rampages live in the world. That was interesting. Like, the filler wasn't completely awful, and it did actually have some pretty interesting moments. That's you actually got to see, like, other actual vampires who are not just, you know, Alucard, got to live in Hellsing, and it's like, yeah, we try to maintain some level of secrecy here. Meanwhile, the ones who just become vampires for the sake of it in our experiments cause a bunch of fucking chaos and get everybody in trouble. Imagine Zack Snyder was a cook and his name was Snack Cider. New Rurouni Kenshin anime is good. We did check out the first episode of that. It was pretty good. It feels like Rurouni. Juan Rick for $2. Have you heard of the High Elves? Scooby-Doo Zombie Island was the only time somebody died in actual Scooby-Doo canon. That's not true. The Supernatural crossover. Wait, are you telling me Alucard is Dracula? And it's especially weird because, like, I grew up playing fucking Castlevania, like Symphony of the Night. So hearing, like, oh yeah, Alucard is Dracula, it's like, no, he's not, he's his son. But it's like, no, Hellsing... Because, yeah, even like the fucking sequel to Dracula isn't Alucard's son named... isn't Dracula's son named Alucard. It's like, yeah. It fucks with me because I'm like, no, that's his son. And no, Hellsing it just straight up is like, no, it's Dracula. To be fair to that first Hellsing anime, manga was not finished. Oh yeah, no, it caught up. You can tell it caught up. Castlevania made that obvious fact into a twist. And I think it actually works. And no, like I said, I think it was actually like... I think one of the movies from like the 30s did a sequel and it had Dracula's son be named Alucard. And the fact that it was just Dracula backwards was actually like the key to proving he was the son of Dracula. I swear to God, because I could have sworn, Angry Video Game Nerd talked about that in his Castlevania retrospective. He actually mentioned, like, everyone thinks it's something that Symphony of the Night made up, but it's not. It's a reference. Here. I cracked my bones. Ugh. What else can I do? I'm still level limited, so I can't do all the stuff I want. All the chakra. Alucard first shows up in Castlevania 3, not Symphony. Yeah, but I mainly played Symphony. Honestly, it varies. Yeah, it's true. It was called Son of Dracula, I think. That's what I thought, yeah, because, like, Angry Video Game Nerd talked about it. It's like, yeah, everyone thought that, you know, Castlevania 3 and Symphony of the Night came up with Alucard, but it's not. Because even fucking, I remember watching, like, a zero punctuation thing. I don't remember what it was in reference to in regards to which Castlevania game. I think it was, yeah, I think it was, like, Lords of Shadows or something. And he poked fun at Alucard, where it's like, oh, that's such a fucking Japanese name, and it's like, it's actually not, though. It's not, and fuck you, the name is cool. Juan Rip $2, HS Alucard is Dracula with guns and stupendous drip. Yeah. Pretty fucking good drip. One of the only characters that makes those, like, circular glasses actually look cool. Him and Vash. Ash Stampede. Ricardo is Japanese though. Yeah, but it's Alucard. You're supposed to pronounce it as Alucard. I dare you name your first child Alucard. I don't live in a fantasy novel, so no. Probably doesn't help that one of the long-running chapter titles in Hellsing manga was Castlevania. Yeah. Alucard is Dante, but vampire. Pretty much. Alucard's a fun name, but it's too common for me to take it seriously anymore. That is true. It's like, now you just know it's based off Hellsing, or it's either Hellsing or Castlevania, so like, how do you take it seriously? Giga Chat for $1. I've always favored vampires as monsters because of their proximity to humanity. I feel it gives them a way to be more intriguing characters, whereas werewolf is typically just a mindless beast. Same with Frankenstein. Zombies, just thought. Werewolves, to me, are a cool entity to fight. Same with zombies. But vampires are the most interesting to actually give lore. Because there's a lot you can do with vampires. You can do Blade, you can do Vampire the Masquerade, you can do Dracula. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with vampires. Alucard's like the Punisher, the vampire world of Hellsing. Thoughts on the movie Last Voyage of the Demeter or something like that? It's about the ship Dracula takes to England. I have not seen it. Scar from Full Metal rocked the Round Shades too. That is true. And Scar's fucking cool. Like, one of my favorite scenes in the entire series is when Envy goes into the fucking room and he just sees splattered in blood on the wall, Vengeance, and he shits his pants. I love that. Because, like, Scar is so fucking scary that even he's like, oh god, we fucked up. Frankenstein's monster is pretty interesting as a character. Vampire magic is wild, though. Yeah, but you never actually see a good adaptation of Frankenstein as a monster. It's always like, oh, he's big and dumb. You know? You never really see the intellectual Frankenstein. Why is your watermark for our niece? I mean, Berserk is the most popular thing on the channel. You might as well have something Berserk related here. And I like it. I like having Farnice there. Have you seen that terrible Dracula show on Netflix? I didn't want to watch it. To me, it's like, there's other stuff I can watch. If you're a vampire, the Masquerade vampire, you're just fucking miserable all the time because you cannot breed tomboys. Yeah, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff in it. Like, you know, Malkavians are a lot of fun, and the actual, like, Camarilla versus Anarchs is a lot of fun, because that is one that, like, that is one where, like, both sides do have a point. Yes, the Camarilla is fucking abusive and corrupt as all hell. At the same time, for the love of God, no, having no system in place to regulate the behavior of vampires is fucking stupid. Because if humanity at large finds out about the existence, you know, they break the Masquerade, everyone fucking dies. It's one of the most interesting conflicts to me. The fact of, like, yeah, sure, you know, remove the yoke oppressing all the horrible vampires that, you know, keeps them from murdering everyone they see. Yeah, see how well that'll fucking end. Hell, you find out in Vampire the Masquerade, the fucking Chinese company discovered the existence of vampires and are starting to experiment on them. So it's like, listen, okay, the Camarilla is kind of fucking important. It just, you know, the prince is a dick. I think you're confusing the Sabbat with the Anarchs. No, the Sabbat are the radical ones where they want to full-blown take over the world. Anarchs want to be completely free of the Camarilla and want to do their own thing. Even though it's like, that's a nice ideal, that's not going to work in reality. Shiki is literally what happens if you don't follow Masquerade. Exactly. You will win for a period of time, then they're going to find out what kills you. We're getting Bloodlines 2 any day now. Yep, any moment. You probably shouldn't want Bloodlines 2 at this point. One of their big marketing things is we have Damsel. You know, one of the fucking, like, you know, side characters from the Anarch faction is like, okay. And I guarantee you they only did it because she wears the fucking Che Guevara beanie. Vampires deserve oppression wherever whenever they have free reign, they either get purged or start the apocalypse. Exactly. We humans will win the war against the vampires. Well, I mean, you have the fucking vampire hunter who's like the old man, who is like fucking, he's like almost 200 years old because he was such a notorious vampire hunter that when he started getting old, he started hunting vampires and stealing their blood and drinking it so he becomes a ghoul. And then that allows him to, A, get stronger, and B, get young again, so then he can continue to kill vampires. And it got to the point where the Camarilla had to put out a notice saying, if you run into this guy, for the love of God, don't fucking fight him. He will kill you, he will take your blood, and then use it to kill more vampires. Wolfire 54, $5. Apparently Alexander Anderson was supposed to be a Frankenstein monster reference. Some hints were about the fact he wanted to be a man of God, but was made by man. And it would have been cool if they doubled down on that. And I think that's why they had him go down the weird tentacle monster route he does in the show, where like he thinks the solution is to double down on the fact he's a weapon made to kill monsters, instead of the fact of like, no, you need to look at your own humanity. Because that's literally like Alucard flat out tells people how to kill him. It's like, you have to fight me as a man. You have to fight me as you know, an actual opponent. Not any cheap way to gain power. You fight me with your own strength as a person. And that's why Anderson could actually fuck him up at first. Because Anderson fought him as a man of God. And it was only after he turned to, you know, the degenerate science did Alucard, you know, kill him super easy. Because, like, dude, that's not how you're supposed to do that. That's pretty metal and cool. It is cool. It is really fucking cool. I love that dude. The fucking old-ass vampire dude. Oh, the idea of vampire drinking vampire gets stronger. It's not even vampire, it's a vampire hunter. He is directly human. He's like a fucking priest. And he drinks vampire blood. Because in Vampire the Masquerade, if a human drinks vampire blood, they become a ghoul. Which is, you know, you are an enhanced human that has the enhanced, you know, kind of close strength to a vampire. And you know, are able to heal from wounds, and I think you physically get younger. And it's actually a thing where when vampires want to make deals with humans, they sell their blood to them. We're like, hey, we can make you better. It's actually one of the side quests in Vampire the Masquerade, you know, Bloodlines, that you run into a mob guy that was working with vampires, and he was almost beaten to death. But the fact he was, you know, given vampire blood helped him survive. LA Anarch not get crushed by LaCroix because 9 exists. Yeah, and Nines is about the only reasonable Anarch where he's like, listen, we do need rules, I just think the Camarilla sucks. Which, all fairness, the Camarilla does in fact suck. Ew. Increase the Thin Bloods as a sign of the vampires, equivalent to Armageddon, Gehenna. Yeah. They literally view Thin Bloods as the beginning of the apocalypse. Because it's like, oh my god, the vampire blood is wearing off. Nines and Jack. I don't think Jack just gave a shit. Like, I just don't think Jack gave a shit. He didn't really work with anybody. He kind of wanted to just be left alone and party with Kane. So does the LA Anarchs. They lost to the Q-Gen. That is true. The Q-Gen beat their fucking ass. Because once again, it turns out having an organized hierarchy of vampires, you know, creatures that specifically get stronger with age is probably a good idea. If I remember in the original Hellsing anime, Alucard asked Integra if he thought about becoming a vampire, and the ending was him giving her the choice. Yeah. Which, I mean, it does make sense. You know, it's like, Alucard does have affection for her. Whether it's love or just loyalty or what have you, that's up in the air, but he does genuinely care about Integra. You know, their partnership is not just, you know, you're bound to my family. He does actually respect her a lot. Jack did at the end after the werewolf fight. Jack gets serious with you. Yeah. He does, but at the same time, I think he just wanted to party with Kane. Which Anarch would you shove in a locker? Kind of all of them, because that's the ending where you just flip them off at the end. Where they're like, yeah, man, now you're going to help us take over the city, and you just go, fuck you. This bird 7 for 2 fake money. Someone do a shot with me, please, even if it's water. I got soda here. I don't know if it's equivalent, but yeah, fuck it. 3, 2, 1. There you go. Yeah. Samurai Bear for $1. Alucard, only a man can kill me, I say, while having a billion live, or can literally summon an army of the dead. Yeah. And once again, that goes to show, like, man, how badass was the guy that fucking killed him the first time? Because you see, like, unequivocally, Alucard got his ass beat by Van Helsing all the way back in the fucking 1600s. Like, you get the whole montage where he's literally tied him up and is shoving stakes in him and is screaming, like, you know, you'll never win, monster, or mankind will always best you. And, like, Alucard actually respected Van Helsing a lot, and he's the reason why he flat out tells Father Anderson, if you're gonna kill me, you are a man when you kill me. You're not anything else. Because Van Helsing, a human being, could beat his fucking ass. Alucard tells Integra she's giving him a hard-on. Yeah, but I think that's just him messing with her. It's hard to really tell what his opinions on other people are. Did he let him win? No, I think Van Helsing just beat him. You know, it's why the role is pretty unclear of, like, well, how the hell do you beat him? It's like, I think you just have to be that fucking good. You don't rely on cheap tricks or degenerate science. You are just that fucking good. Spaceman last $5. Oh yeah, you watched Strange Fake. Thoughts on Pale Rider Summoner? It made me sad. Also, Jack the Ripper is cool as fuck. I did like it. I hate the fact it is just a singular special where it clearly is obviously trying to be way more. I know it ties into FGO and all that, but, like, man, the setup with Jack the Ripper is so much fun. Where the main guy is, like, you know, getting fucked with because he keeps changing form, and first he's the cop and then he's the chick trying to hit on him. It's like, man, that could be really fucking cool if they stuck with it. The end fight with, what's his face in Gilgamesh, that was really fucking cool. That was really fucking cool. If you use a cheap trick, Alucard use cheap trick kind of idea. Sorta, yeah. Also, I just think it's a thing of, like, you know, it just won't work. Like, if you try a cheap trick or try to cheat, it just won't work. You have to fight him fair.
So you are the adventurer of whom I've heard.
You can try to win by what Major did. Even then, it didn't work.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming.
Who, Enkidu or Archer? I think it was Enkidu. Because it was who Gilgamesh actually fought at the end.
Please, be at
Enkidu was the guy, Gilgamesh's best friend. Dead will purge for $5. Watch 2 episodes of Gintama. Apparently that's filler. Any recommendation to watch more? Seem like Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop is a shonen. No. Let me guess. The first 2 episodes were the premiere. The premiere is explicitly anime only filler. I am not kidding. It is literally filler that they made up. The beginning of Gintama is very slow. Yeah, Enkidu is the green long hair. Yeah. But it's very slow because that's to introduce the cast one by one. When you get to, I'd argue, like, when you get to the episode with the panty thief, that's when you get the actual, like, okay, are you on board or not? Because that is one of the funniest episodes. If it does not click with you, you're probably not going to like the humor. And it goes all over the fucking place.
This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us.
You must have a fair fist fight with Alucard. No pussy shit like a knife or knuckle dusters. Exactly.
Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness?
When you get to the episode with the panty thief guy, I love anime. Oh, it goes so fucking hard with it too. Like, like I fucking love them talking about, like, Yeah, the panty thief thinks he's Robin Hood. He's stealing women's underwear, distributing them to sad virgins who can never get laid. And then Gintoki pulls out the fucking panties from his pocket and is like, man, I thought Santa gave this to me.
All these things are the manifestations of your talent.
Has Shota shown you any of the FGO exclusive servants like First to Son? Him and Irishman talk about it a lot. I never really got super into FGO. I like Fate stuff. Like Strange Fake was a lot of fun. It's just I haven't really got super into FGO. I'm not a very patient gambler.
You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power. And this power
I like the Damn episode is one of the highest rated ones, especially since when the character goes damn cleaning episode tend to get the best ratings. Yeah, there were a lot of funny ones. Some of the anime only, like, because I finally got Irishman to start watching Gintama, watch/get into it. And he flat out asked me, like, okay, do I check out the manga or watch the anime? And I said, you kind of want to do both. Because they are different experiences. The manga is a lot of fun, but the anime has a lot of really fun anime-only stuff. Does Shota have a YouTube channel? Yeah, he never uploads to it, though. He has, like, one video. But yeah, some of the anime-only stuff is legitimately fucking hilarious. I really fucking like the episode where they caught up to all the animators like were late and didn't reach their deadline, so it's like the storyboard of the anime and everyone's like a rough sketch and it gets worse and worse as it goes on. I fucking love that episode because that's like just a really funny breakdown of like how anime works. I should watch Gintama after Cowboy Bebop. They are completely different fucking experiences. Like going like, oh yeah, it's like Cowboy Bebop meets Samurai. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's more of like anime South Park or something. It's so fucking weird. The Dekoboko arc is fucking hilarious, especially the Otai scenes. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That one's a lot of fun. I just got past the Renho arc, where you find out what Elizabeth is. That's been a lot of fun, because I love Elizabeth's girlfriend. That's funny as fuck. Also, the Sket Dance crossover, where whenever they usually do the crossover and jump, it's like, hey, you're X guy from X series. That's awesome. Let's hang out together and do goofy shit. Gintama, it's them explicitly going, we know you're trying to fucking replace us, motherfucker. And then they shit talk him so fucking bad. Juan Nick, $5. How's this film idea? Old West cowboy hunts werewolves armed with big iron and silver bullets. Got the idea from one shooting lichens with Wolfsbane RE8. Not gonna lie, I'd watch that. That would actually be kind of fucking cool. You know, be like Dog Soldiers meets, you know, Fistful of Dollars. That'd be fucking cool. Did you hear Bebop's animators are animating a new series? Yeah. Lottery ticket episode was hilarious. That one's funny. Mr. Bird 7 for 5 fake monies. What Soul's Boss OST is your fave if you have one? Mine Soul Cinder if you have one. Slave Knight Gale. Slave Knight Gale is like some of the best music I've ever heard. I'm confused about the watch order for Gintama, especially after they use symbolism for the season's names. No, you just watch through it. Like, you watch/read through it. I did notice in the anime, especially if you go through the manga and start the anime immediately after, arcs in the manga are paced to where they're not too far apart. Like, you get through one arc, like Yoshiwara on Fire, you get through that arc with the Night King. Then you have, like, 2 or 3 chapters where it's normal, and then you start the one with Jiraiya, like, immediately after. They're a lot closer together. Meanwhile, in the anime, you have Yoshiwara on Fire with the Night King, and, like, I think full-blown 30 episodes later, they do Jiraiya. So it's more of, like, they save arcs for, like, when the season is about to end and front-load it with all the one-shots and joke chapters, which, I mean, makes sense. And also why, once again, there's a lot of anime-only stuff, because they want to save the actual, like, important events for the ending where it's big and epic. The Dekoboko arc dub version is kind of weird when Sarah from Ed, Edd n Eddy gets angry. They got bigger boobs than her. Yeah. Gale's a Guts-inspired character, right? A lot of characters in Dark Souls are inspired by Guts. The biggest one is Artorias. Why should I start with Metal Gear and Yakuza? Metal Gear you can start with Solid, but you do want to check out the NES games, because they are important. Yakuza, start with Zero. Zero is the one that a lot of people start with. You'll appreciate Zero more if you played the other games, but it's a good starting point. Gonna be maining Dark Knight later on. Don't fucking give me that temptation. We're going something different. We'll do like Samurai or something, but don't give me the fucking temptation to do fucking Dark Knight. What season of Gintama do they do the crying politician joke? Kind of want to see that episode again. I don't think it was an episode. I think it was an OVA they released because the anime ended originally. You know, the 16:9 episodes. No. Okay. It's gonna be fucking weird to explain, so let me give a little bit of context. Gintama, for a long-ass time, like almost 200 episodes, you had 4:3. That was the aspect ratio of the show. It was a 4:3. It was one of the latest ones to actually switch over. That ended, and some years later, I think like 2 years later, they did a reboot season, which is where it looked clean and all that, and it was 16:9. Before the 16:9 one came out, they did an OVA to announce it, and that is where you had the politician joke. It was them announcing a new season.
It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard.
You sure love your big black knights.
The Sharlians were the keepers of wisdom, both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who
I like Minfilia. I know some people shit talk her Rome Reborn. I like her. She's just so positive and idealistic. The episode where they ran out of toilet paper is funny. Oh, I laughed my ass off at that one. That one's so good. And because I love Kondo, like, the Shinsengumi are funny as fuck, because, like, anytime they show up, things just go so tits up and bad. Like, I just got, like I said, I've been going through the anime again, and I got past, the hot springs one where all the demon dudes try to, like, bathe with Gintoki and the guys. And, like, the fact that, like, Kondo gets wrapped around an old man's nutsack and is dragged down and, like, almost drowning, and they're trying to play it off as not an issue. Like, oh my god, it's so fucking stupid, but it's so funny. Or, like, he's literally, like, you know, trying to keep his head above water while this old man's nutsack is, like, stretched out and wrapped around his body like a tentacle and dragging him under the water. Like, just those small moments with Kondo where he's, like, genuinely upset or crying, I laugh my ass off because he is such a fucking retard. Well, what's a game you recommend everyone try at least once?
Welcome to the team.
Probably Yakuza 0. I recommend everyone try that at least once. To me, that's, like, pretty pinnacle game. I like the part where Kondo grabs his dick, yeah. I'm going to rescue Krillin, yeah. Yeah, when Hijikata tried to quit smoking, I love that, yeah. The episode I saw was Gintoki and another guy breaking their arms so they don't have to move casket. Yeah, that was the funeral episode. That one's funny as shit, too.
Greetings.
Kondo's best gorilla made the goodbye Shinsengumi hit so much harder. Yeah, when it got serious, it legitimately gets pretty fucking serious. The Four Devils arc, or the Four Devas, I guess they call it, that one actually, like, got pretty fucking hardcore. Where Gintoki finds out the old lady got attacked, so he goes after Jiroshu and, like, legitimately tries to kill him. Like, his sword breaks and he fucking stabs him in the shoulder with it. Like, it actually got pretty fucking hardcore. Dankard's new design is so bad. I don't hate it, but yeah. Not one of the best ones. Yashola's redesign was a million times better.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose.
Not as hardcore as Berserk. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's a shonen thing, but, like, Gintoki's unafraid to kill people. Do you cuddle with the Gintoki Dakimakura, or did you get rid of it? Shota has it.
Along with the Archons,
Dog and Old Man episode. That one kind of stretched on a little too long for me. It wasn't bad, but it just kind of stretched. What should we talk about, Gintama? Yeah. Your opinion on Bubble Bo? That one's fun. The fact it has such in-depth humor and the fact the dub cast was willing to make puns that are the equivalent to the Japanese versions. It's like, you know what, that was a product of love. Someone genuinely loved working on that, and I'm happy. The judge paying to watch the porn material is also good. Whenever Madao is just like put into the worst situation possible, I love it. Like one of my favorite jokes was it was like a completely unrelated episode, but like completely unrelated situation, but like Gentoki and his crew are trying to deal with something, and then Madao's wife calls them and is like, yeah, have you seen him anywhere? Because like all I saw was his sunglasses and his shoes by a river, and I'm starting to get worried. It's like, yeah, he fucking killed himself.
Have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Can't wait for Berserk Black Swordsman by Studio 4. We're never getting that. We're never getting anything.
They arrived but recently.
People are saying that Y'shtola is getting whitewashed. My brother in Christ, she's literally killing herself every time she uses that spell. Yeah. She loses her fucking eyes.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames.
What's a few of your favorite stories where a character defies the circumstance, becomes a better person? Berserk is the big one. Because, yeah, Guts goes through one fucking hell of an arc. I love the dub for My Hero and Demon Slayers. I heard the dub for My Hero, and it's not bad. I know they got Piccolo, the guy who plays Piccolo, to be All Might, and it's like, you know, that's pretty good. Never heard the one for Demon Slayer.
Son's mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several
Shota as the Dakimakura has done unspeakable things to it.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence.
Oh, the dub for Goblin Slayer. Like, unironically, dub is good. I don't get the hate for dubs in anime, especially when the lips are synced up. And to me, it's just... I hear them, and I just don't think it has anywhere near the oomph that the Japanese voice acting does. Because, you know, it's not the language. You know, they're trying to dub over it, and it's like... I don't know, just very rarely can a dub feel like it sounds natural. That's where I really like Hellsing Ultimate and the Berserk movies, where those dubs felt very natural.
The evidence left behind implicates the Emoja, who
Do you agree with Mayo like Hijigata? I fucking hate mayonnaise so goddamn much.
If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt.
I love how in Gintama they make Tama do the Rocky theme. Yeah, I love Tama. She is such a fun character. They do so many goofy things with her, like the fucking Dragon Quest parody. That was fun.
I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know,
I think Villain Saga does a pretty good dub. I've not seen the dub, but that's one of those where I can imagine that's good. There's some dumbass on YouTube that called you a pedo because you're using him. Yeah, the Sen guy, yeah. Well, we were talking about that earlier. Immediately he got exposed as, like, having erotic roleplayed with some dude as a loli who he thought was a chick. So it's like, oof, oof. You don't like mayo, but you're white. I don't give a shit. I hate it. It's fucking disgusting. Chris Sabat, pretty good voice for All Might. But when he plays other characters and they blend too much, yeah. Was it Chris Sabat? I thought it was the guy who played Piccolo. Ew. Listen to the dub for Oshinoko. It sounds really bad. Both forces, as well as the voices fail to fit the character. Yeah, yeah. That's one of those where it's like, there's no way that could be good. That is Chris Sabat. Really? He plays Vegeta and Piccolo? I kept thinking some other dude played Piccolo. But now I think about it, they do sound pretty similar. Fuck. Okay. Old Piccolo's V hasn't played Piccolo in years. Ah, okay. So that's, yeah. So yeah, now Chris Sabat just does Vegeta and Piccolo. Okay. Funniest thing to me is getting called a pedo for posting content of your or Revy. Yours a MILF Twitter. Yeah. Once again, it's like, you know, I fail to be able to take any of this shit seriously because, you know, nobody involved seems to either. How's new video coming along? Should be out either, I guess technically sometime today after I fall asleep and wake up and then edit it, or Saturday. But it's almost done, and it is an interesting one. The Psychopath's worth watching after season 1 finished it and it was really good. If I remember right, season 2 was still pretty good. I know a new movie came out and a lot of people liked it. Don't care for any of the Dragon Ball cast because of Vic, Kick Vic. Yeah. Yeah. Wish Rick Hunter did Postal 2 voice some anime just for the fun of it. It would be interesting, like, who would he play? Probably could be cool to hear him in something like, you know, Cowboy Bebop. Kaiji Tang voiced at Guts 2016, also at one point played Vegeta, while Ray Chase voiced Piccolo at another point, same as Moscus. Yeah. I feel bad for Kaiji. Yeah. Because, like, everyone involved in Berserk 2016, they got fucked over so bad. They got fucked over so bad. Season 2 is not as good as 1, but the movie was really good. Still need to watch 3 in the new movie. Sadly, Vic Mignogna lost his court case and appeal and lost billions just to pay for all the court fees. Yeah. And from what I understand, it quite literally came down to the judge not understanding how slander works, at least in regards to the internet. Where it's like, yes, people calling you a rapist on Twitter can actually impact your fucking livelihood. It is a problem. But I guess they just didn't explain it right, or Pulsitude. You know, I'm talking about beyond Pulsitude. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's something to where everything about that case lined up to where, like, holy shit, everyone that went after him is like an actual lunatic. They are obsessed with him. Like, they actively are trying to ruin his life. They openly admitted to wanting to ruin his life. Like, it was so hilariously blatant, and he still lost. It's like, okay, something went wrong here. Something went wrong here. At least now Gut shares the same voice as Gojo and Sainame. Yeah. What's something you suggest to other Berserk and Yakuza and a little other stuff? I loving that shit, even though I'm only 2 deluxe in Yakuza 3 and 0, but I like more stuff. Like I said, I've been going through Gintama again, and that's been shitloads of fun, so I recommend that if you want something funnier. Hellsing's a lot of fun. Fullmetal Alchemist a lot of fun. A lot of the heavy hitters. Yeah. Judge was crooked. I wouldn't go so far as to say crooked. I think he just didn't understand. You know, like, you're dealing with this old man, and you're thrusting him in the middle of a massive Twitter argument. It's like, yeah, he's not going to really understand the impact here. Didn't Vince's co-stars of Dragon Ball have beef with him over politics or something? I don't know if it was explicitly politics, but it was very blatantly personal beef. I like Kaiji Tengen's Ichiban, but I don't think I'll bother with the dub for Yakuza 8 due to Kiryu's new voice. Yeah, at least Kaiji's a professional voice actor. Like, he's not a fucking YouTuber that they're blatantly taking advantage of because they don't know any better. Read Kingdom? I did read Kingdom, yeah. If you're telling him to read Kingdom, definitely. Would Zenitsu and Demon Slayer be parable if Pulsitude voiced him in JP? Well, no, Zenitsu is, like, meant to be goofy and over the top. Zenitsu is one of the characters I like. Yeah. Should we recommend the Musagi drop? I want to, but man, that fucking ending. Ugh. Can't imagine a judge fully understanding YouTube shit. Yeah. You're saying Young is being taken advantage of by the dub studios? They have to, because YouTubers suddenly being pushed as, like, the new alternative for voice actors. Like, I can already see there's no way they're being paid the same amount as, like Johnny Young Bosch or Steve Bloom. It's like, nah, they're obviously being paid way below standard because, like, well, you already have a YouTube channel. You wouldn't need that much, right? They're not union, you know, unless they want to join a voice actor union, which I can't imagine is easy. So, once again, not being covered there. On top of that, they're being basically used for free marketing. Oh, we have this new YouTuber here, and you know, look at them. They're in the new game. It's like, everything about it, I just know for a fact you're gonna have some call out or something where it's like, You know, don't be a YouTuber trying to be a voice actor. They'll take advantage of you and not treat you seriously. It's not Zoro, it's Katsura. I fucking love that. Katsura in general is one of my favorite characters just because, holy shit, he's so fucking dumb. Like, he's meant to be like the... When he's introduced, he's the serious guy trying to get Gentoki to care about a cause and fight for Ito. You know, be a samurai again, and then you find out he's just as fucking stupid as the fucking Shinsengumi. Corey Cruz didn't do a bad job as Postal Guy. Oh, no, absolutely not. He got fucked over by Postal 3. Like, Corey was good. The game was bad, and that's why Postal 4 brought him back, and he's a full-on voiced character. Speaking of VA YouTubers, what are your thoughts on Gianni, who voices Gabriel from Ultra Kill, compared to Pro ZD and Young Ya? Gianni has talent. The problem is he's fucking crazy. Like, he's starting to do, like, not safe for work furry projects. Like, explicitly furry porn games. And I'm starting to think, like, oh no. Also, he's just kind of overused. Everyone uses him for fucking everything now. I get it. He's talented, but, like, God. Joy is joy. Yeah. Gianni's a massive retard, but he has talent, and that's the biggest shame. Yeah. He's Canadian. There you go. There you go. We singled out the disability here. He's sadly Canadian. Haven't read any of those, but I do plan to read Blood Meridian. Yeah, Blood Meridian is good. I was listening through, you know, Wendigoon's read-through of it. I was like, yep, it is good. I know Jonah Scott voiced the guy who fucks Mary with the succubus in one of her animations. I don't know what any of those words mean. That furry shit is true. He was bragging about it. I want JYB to whisper sweet nothings in my ear while sleeping. He'll just talk endlessly about his time working on Power Rangers. Yeah. Oh, Gianni's doing not safe for work. That's funny. Not safe for work furry stuff. Why would you brag about furry porn? I think he's just actually a furry. Alright, I forgot this one's kind of in a weird spot. Ugh. There we go. I'd like to hear Ichigo talk about how he was into Power Rangers and became the Black Ranger. My brother and his girlfriend are rewatching JoJo. It is good. Eventually we'll get part 7. Eventually. Can Canadianism be cured, or is it bullet in the head time? We don't know. Jonah Scott's the voice of Legoshi in the Beastars dub, and Muro the Succubus is a popular porn character in the Degenerate Art Circle. Huh. Not safe for work is fine, but furry porn? My brother in Christ, that's not something to be proud of. Imagine he voiced Albedo from Ben 10. JoJo Part 6 just kind of came out in full, which is kind of overkill for me. Yeah, a lot of people like the week by week. You know, they liked having the actual week by week, you know, wait for it to be over type thing. The problem I had, like, I'm fine with either or, where it's like, oh, I get to watch the whole thing in full, and, oh, I guess, you know, we get to have a JoJo Friday. That'll be fun. The problem I had was purely the fact of, like, the second part of Part 6 took so fucking long, and you could tell, like, oh, the Netflix production fucked them because they had to use CG, which no JoJo part really ever had to use before. It was there, but they always managed to, like, still have pretty consistent, 99% of the time, 2D animation. So seeing very obvious CG being used, like, okay, so Netflix really fucked them over. Hey, heck, pay me enough, I will draw you the most degenerate, not safe for work furry kink arc you want. Yeah, that's kind of the perspective a lot of, you know, online artists make. It's like, fuck it, it's a paycheck. It's like, yeah, at least you're not flipping burgers. You know, at least you're not, you know, dealing with assholes. I mean, you are, just, you know, it's online and they're demanding wank material. Wasn't Notorious B.I.G. CG? I think it was him, yeah. It was B.I.G. and the guy who could fuck with gravity. I don't remember who he was. He might have been Aerosmith. I mean, Gianni has made Gabriel sound fucking horny about bleeding, so I'm not surprised about the furry shit. Yeah, that's one thing I'm not really a fan of in Ultra Kill. They're leaning really hard into the horny shit. Like, oh, you can use a butt plug for it. And I get it's a joke, but it's like, man. No, like part 5 used CG. I don't remember any CG in part 5. Oh, yeah, no. Notorious B.I.G. No, I don't. Yeah, I'm now remembering who you're talking about. Yeah, no. He wasn't CG as far as I'm aware. Beavis Arcs did use it, but not to the extent of part 6. They did, but I only really remember it in the intros, where it had like the CGs, which I don't even really count that because that's just a stylus thing from the intro. I don't really remember a lot of CG in JoJo, like, much at all. At least not before part 6. Gravity, not Sea Moon, right? It might have been Sea Moon, yeah. Because I think I had him confused for B.I.G., but B.I.G. was the one on the plane that Spice Girls had to fight. Oh, you're playing FF14, huh? What brought this on? You doing a review? No, I've always wanted to stream 14, but I could never find an excuse to do it on the actual stream, so I'm doing a little series on here. I think it'd be a lot of fun. DLPs were in CG. Yeah, and I mean, I don't really know if I could count that, because that's intentional, stylized, like, hey, we're doing this on purpose type thing. You know, when you hear CG in anime, you're thinking of, like, the fucking, you know, Band-Aid trying to patch in, you know, a quick shot or something. Yeah, part 5 used CG with Aerosmith, maybe some cars. Okay. It's been a while since I watched part 5, so I just might not be remembering it. Maybe I need to rewatch, but I felt B.I.G. was CG and Aerosmith was CG. Well, apparently Aerosmith was, but I don't remember B.I.G. ever being CG. GS Move, Dogmas for 5 fake money, start playing Fuga. Oh, dear God. Anyway, how do you feel about light novels, Comicsgate, comic, and bonded to series? Have a good weekend, everyone. I'm not in the market of praising something just because it's an alternative, but from what I understand, there are legitimate gems in the Comicsgate shit. You know, there's stuff people do like. And European comics have existed for a fucking while now. So people are kind of appreciating them now because Marvel does suck so hard. It's like, yeah, that is good. Light novels have always been kind of weird, where it's like, you know, we mainly think of it as like, you know, manga and manhwa shit, where eventually it gets adapted, and then that gets adapted, and then that gets adapted, that kind of thing. So it is kind of interesting seeing that market blow up the way it did. Even though light novels have been around for a while now. I mean, those have been like, you know, there are some light novels that stretch back to the fucking 90s. Ugh. But, you know, it's with more people being aware of their existence, they're causing the market to shift and blow up. All right. And I think we'll wrap this quest up, and then we'll call it, because it's been about 4 hours, and I don't want to stretch too long. My brother's been playing Ultra Kill recently. I don't think he knows. It is sad, because, like, the game is legitimately tons of fun. So, seeing them pander to a crowd where it's like the, you know, the ultra fetishy, like, Tumblr crowd, you know, the horny, but they'll scream at you for being horny types, like, I just hope that I just hope it starts and ends with the butt plug. Like, have that be the only thing. Everything else, just, you know, focus on the combat, focus on the gameplay. You know, have it be super fun. Don't touch the community. I'm not particularly a big fan of the community. What's the difference between a novella and a light novel? I think novellas are shorter. light novels are short, but they're also kind of sold, like, they're kind of weird. Like, light novels are kind of like sold chapter by chapter. Novella is more just a short story that's not quite a novel. That's the thing, it never ends. That is true. Ugh. Stretch, Ollie. Stretch like the TV show Lost. Yeah. Any pop culture community is a blight upon humanity. That is true. Everyone's kind of learning the hard way. It's like, oh, wow, when there's an actual, like, fandom forming up in the thing you like, it goes to hell and everything ruins. Like, everything is ruined. Occasionally I'll see my bro play Ultra Kill on his Discord status. Keep in mind my bro will then complain about unnecessary fan service and anime like My Dress Up Darling Konosuba. Yeah, I fucking hate that. That's somewhere I'll just look him in the eye and say, shut the fuck up. It's like, you know, we had that fucking Euphoria show where it's all about teenagers doing drugs and having sex. Shut the fuck up. Have you seen Alita, best live action anime? Yeah, I've seen the Alita movie. It was pretty good. I am curious if the sequel will be just as good. But, you know, it's one of those rare cases where it felt like the people involved genuinely loved Alita. I love FF14. What level are you? On this playthrough, I'm a level 33 pugilist. We're not quite monk yet. I think we have to hit level 50 to be monk. I'm adding inflatable Anthrofox to Ultra Kill, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. I'm fucking begging you don't. That's in the Iron Age thing. What Iron Age? Like Iron Age as a setting? Like, it could be cool. Like Conan the Barbarian shit. You should recommend Kaijo to your brother. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I'm pitching a comic where it's an Old West starting a cowboy and a half-man, half-skinwalker man fighting other skinwalkers. You're ripping off the other guy's werewolf idea. That was actually cool. Spit on him. Spit on him for his plagiarism. Ptooey. Alright. I know I said this is the next quest, but it'll actually just be this next level up, because fuck it. That kind of started and ended kind of, you know, anticlimactically. Iron Age comic, like, shit from the 30s? I don't know, I never really read any of that. That's a little too early for me, you know? Ugh. Fuck you, I had this idea for a while. Spit on him. Why is Ultra Kill filled with sex weirdos and fetish shit? Because you appeal to the fucking Tumblr crowd, that's what you get. The crowd that whines about fucking, you know, fan service and anime and shit like that will actively dunk their head deep into the most degenerate, fetishy porn shit they can get their hands on if you let them. Spaceman Lives, $5. Novellas are between 20 to 50k words long. Any shorter is a short story and longer is novel territory. Huh. That is interesting. I actually didn't know that. Ugh. Because, like, yeah, when I was a teenager, I really liked fan fiction and stuff. Like, I'd read fan fiction like Persona 4 and Berserk and shit like that. And, like, some of those would stretch on to, like, 200,000 words. And it's like, now that you've explained that to me, it's like, oh, yeah, like, 100k is close to a novel. It's like, so some dude literally sat down and wrote the equivalent to a fucking book. But he's not making money off it. He's not, like, doing it professionally. He just did it because he wanted to. Oh, my God. Theory's comic, just read OG Conan. Howard didn't kill himself for nothing. That is true. Have you ever done something dangerous and exciting like skydiving or have sex with a black chick? Trying to think, like, what would an equivalent be? I've driven home all high before, because Weed Bro would try to get us all high and it wouldn't hit me. It literally would not hit me until I'm literally up off the couch, getting into the car, getting everyone home. Then it hits me, and I have to drive everybody home while high. Like, one of them was so bad that, like, I literally had to stop at my house and be like, I literally turned to Shoto and be like, you're gonna have to get Weed Bro home. I am too fucked up to drive. Well, let's be honest, you read the really cringy self-insert first, didn't you? Kind of read a bunch of stuff. The idea of you reading Berserk and Persona 4 fanfics is truly horrifying. You do a lot of stupid shit as a teenager. You know, because you get so hungry for more of what you like that you look for, like, any fucking thing to sate it. 100K word, make brain hurt, make movie. Long while I've been there. Yeah, it sucks. It really fucking sucks. If fanfic writers just change the names, they have their own franchises. Some of them, yeah. It's like, it really does make you wonder. It's like, dude, why aren't you just doing this as, like, a profession? Mr. Bird7 for 5 fake monies. Is this game better than Destiny? Because that game is pain to point when it becomes PvP focused, but I just want to know the experience of a game like this. It is more about the story. It is a Final Fantasy game that you play with other people. That is the best way to describe it. You can get through 95% of it completely alone. If you want to play with people, you can dip into a whole bunch of interesting stuff and like money sinks. But no, I've mainly played this completely alone. I've played bits and pieces with friends. Like, we've raided dungeons to, like, you know, speed level some character of mine through a job. Because when I started the Dark Knight, I was like level 1 Dark Knight, so I got gimped on a shitload of progress. So I had buddies that helped me, like, speed run through a bunch of dungeons and you know, boost up my level. But if you want to play it alone, it's a perfectly viable option. In fact, a lot of people do. If you ever get high again, get up and walk a little bit if you feel it doesn't hit you. Yeah, that's one thing I always have to remember. Because, like, specifically the story where I had to drive everybody home high was Weed Bro always wanted to get us high. He's like, I'm going to get you guys high. I'm going to get you into this. We all just kind of humor him where it's like, it's not really our thing, but whatever, it's fine. So he made weed cookies. He literally made Reese's peanut butter weed cookies. And he gave them to us, and he said, all right, I put a shitload of weed butter into this, so it'll fuck you up. We all each ate like 3, and we're like, it's not that bad, and it didn't hit me until we literally were getting up to go home, because I kind of just stayed on the couch the whole time, because it was an anime night, and we were just watching stuff. So literally, as we were having to get everybody home, I was doing that thing where, like, you know, we'd walk to the elevator, and it feels like I imagined we walked to the elevator and we're still in the room. So it's like, oh, great, time's gonna act fucking weird. Palmrek $5. Cast MC idea for the cowboy. Tom Holland, unironically, in my mind, he's young but world-weary. Any idea for a cool pistol name other than Silver Dollar? In regards to, like, what he calls his gun or something like that? It's the werewolf one, right? So it's gotta be a pun in that. You can call it the Wolf's Bane. You know, just full-on reference Resident Evil. Weed butter? Yeah. You sound like one of my friends who I did shrooms with. I don't really like... I don't like losing control of my sentience, if that makes sense. I don't like getting drunk, and I don't like getting high. Because, like, if I'm not in control, it freaks me the hell out. Ugh. Favorite job in this game? I love Dark Knight. Dark Knight's so much fun. It has the best story, has the best gameplay. I love it. I arrived at this cabin the day you were streaming. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. You're streaming tonight? Yeah. Alright, and we leveled up. Okay, so... Alright, let's go ahead and call it here. Doop. I'll log out. Oh, someone was trying to ping me this whole time. I don't really check Discord when I'm streaming on here. And I feel bad because somebody was probably trying to get my attention. Trying to scroll through to see if I missed anything important. And probably not. Doesn't seem like it. I'll look through the pings again later. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Very, very, very fun game. Very good game. Final Fantasy XIV is shitloads of fun. It is one of the best MMOs on the market at the moment. Still getting a lot of love, and supposedly we're getting a new expansion for it pretty soon. So that'll be cool. I mentioned Devilman with Skinwalkers earlier, but you keep ignoring me. I'm always gonna ignore you. Don't lie, you love Dark Knight because of Berserk, don't you? You know I'm right. Oh yeah, it's definitely a factor. I mean, it's literally the Guts class, and you get a Beast of Darkness. It's fucking awesome. When he's streaming again, should be Saturday, assuming no issues. Ugh. Also, Weed Bro 2 is kind of an asshole. Edibles aren't for beginners. Well, like, he would try to get us to smoke, and we wouldn't really get messed up too bad. I got messed up pretty bad once when we smoked it. But, like, ever since, we never really had a chance to smoke, because it was also in Irishman's apartment where you're not supposed to smoke in there, so he didn't want to be an asshole, so he cooked edibles for us. Juan Wick, $5. The pistol is called the Silver Dollar, but if I can get away with Wolfsbane, I just might. Then again, I've grown to love Silver Dollar. It is a good name. I mean, you know, if you're going to go with an Old West anti-werewolf pistol, Silver Dollar is kind of the best one. Mr. Bird 7 for 10 fake monies. First time I really watched a stream, but other than Slave Night Gale, what's your other favorite OST? Then I'm gone. Bloodborne has some of the best ones. I love the theme with the... God, what's her name? It's in the fucking Old Hunters DLC. Orphan of Cost is a pretty good theme, but the chick I'm thinking of is the best one. No. Not the chick. No. Now I'm thinking about it. Horse Dude. Holy shit, your volume's low. Yeah, let me crank it back up real quick. There we go. But yeah, the fucking Horse Dude. Give me a sec. Lady Maria. I thought Lady Maria at first. I thought she had the best one. But now that I'm actually sitting back and think about it, it's it's Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig the Holy Blade. He is the best one, hands down. Like his music is just fucking godlike. If you do it right, weed is better than alcohol because you don't lose control, like getting wasted. I just don't like the feeling in general. Like I'm just one of those where I don't know if the right word is we're just very anxious or what, but you know, all around my family we're kind of like high strung. So you mix that with like you're aware of the fact you're not really in control of your functions, and I just get so fucking like anxious and paranoid that I'm just like I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I can enjoy, you know, drinking a beverage, you know, like Long Island or a bourbon with Coke, something like that. Actually drinking to get fucked up, I just don't do. I just don't want to do that. Because at that point, like, all I can think about is the situation that happened in Japan where Irishman lost his passport and they were stumbling back to the hotel. It's like, why would I ever willingly put myself in that position? Because all I can think is, what if I got stabbed? What if I got robbed? What if this happens? What if that happens? I just don't like that at all. Vic Mignogna is wild. Please reply. Could be funny hearing Edward Elric as fucking wild. You seen the Ludwig edit of the Horse in Berserk? Yeah. Have anxiety? It's not anxiety. It specifically only pops up if I am like not in control of my functions. That's the only time it pops up. It's like I don't like this. I'm just not one of those where you can get me to relax through substances. It has to be like something more, I guess, natural, I guess is the best way to put it. Because I can relax like listening to music, or I can relax like, you know, sitting in a massage chair. But like if I try to relax with like by getting drunk, I just start getting anxious because like, well, what's happening? What if something happens that I don't remember? You know. I think sometimes losing control is fun if you do it in the right place and the right people. I just don't like losing control. Like, period. I don't. All you sound tired without Shota's contagious insanity antics. Yeah, we have a good dynamic where we jack the energy in the room up. Other than that, it's actually pretty chill. Are video games natural? I don't know. I never really felt relaxed playing a video game. I have fun playing a video game, but I don't know if it's relaxed. Relaxed to me is a different thing. Are you a lightweight? Yeah, I kind of am, yeah. That's it, because I just don't get drunk. I just don't indulge in those things because I don't like how they make me feel. I don't like losing control. Ollie talking like an anime character over here. Well, you know what I mean. It's like I don't like getting drunk, and I don't like being in a position where I don't remember what happened or I'm making dumb decisions and I'm aware of that. It's like I prefer having as clear a head as I can have. I get into a trance from playing bullet hell games. All right. Well, we had a pretty good time. We went about like 4 hours. I think that's pretty good length for what we intend here. As stated, Final Fantasy 14, genuinely great game. Genuinely fantastic game. Recommend you all to check it out, even if you just get the free trial and play for a little bit. Get the right group of buddies, and you can have a lot of fun. Or if you like click with the story and like all the Final Fantasy stuff, because the expansions are fucking good. The expansions are where shit gets really fucking good. Like when you get to Heaven's Ward, that's when it's like, oh my fucking god. That's a good mindset to have. It'll prevent accidental pregnancies. That is true. That is true. But all right. So, thank you everybody who showed up. I know this is kind of off the cuff. I usually try to do these like Wednesdays, Thursdays. That's gonna be my goal. I forgot last week, but you know, this time I remembered. So, all right.